Everybody can take their hats off and take a look up here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you guys all for coming. We got a lot of shooters out here today. I appreciate it. Thank you. And we're gonna do a roll call real quick, just to make sure. So we got Dead Eye Rosie, Dead on Daisy, Crazy May, Little Smokey, Blue Hawk, Catskill, Diamond Low, Diamondback, Gray Wrangler, Gypsy Girl, Hummingbird, Liverpool Miss, Lone Horse, Ruby Rose, S Lady, Spitfire Rose, Blaster, Cherokee Bill, Chuck Wagon, Copper Snake, Crack Shot, Ivy Nobody, JD Derringer, Creekside, Mason Dixon, Mindy, Sergeant Mac, S-Man, Smokey Bear, Smoking Gun, Smoke Wagon Kid, Tombstone Tommy, Wild Bill Hill, Yosemite Law, Crazy K, 35 shooters.
Hey, are we going to do hangman?
It is a hangman format. Hangman format, 10 shots, 3 shots to break the tie. Whoever's ahead wins. Remember your 170 rule. If everybody can be safe, we have a new shooter today. If you want to step up here.
Come on up here, Liverpool.
So it's her first shoot today. So if you guys see her out there, help her out. This is Liverpool Miss. Welcome. Yep, thank you. And remember your 170 rule. Remember safety first. Keep an eye on everybody. If you are a hand judge, be the shooter's hand judge. Make sure you're hand judging. It's not always about the shots. It's about what's going on in front of you. Keep everything fun. Let's have a good time, and let's get this started. Anybody have any messages, anything anybody wants to say?
Tomorrow, Sunshine State Shooters in St. Augustine.
St. Augustine matches tomorrow, Sunshine State Shooters. So we are going to draw the first round.
Thanks for the lovely assistance.
You're all welcome.
All right. Round 1, here we go. Sergeant Mac on 1, Mindy on 2, Smoking Gun on 3 with Tombstone Tony on 4. Wild Bill Hill on 5 with Liverpool Miss on 6. These are your shooters. Sergeant Mac on 1, Mindy on 2, Smoking Gun on 3 with Tombstone Tony on 4. Wild Bill Hill on 5 with Liverpool Miss on 6. Hand judges, we got Copper Snake on 1 with Rudy Rose on 2. Crazy K on 3 with Mason Dixon on 4. Blue Hawk on 5 with Cherokee Bill on 6. We need an announcer, scorekeeper, and a range master. There you go, Cherokee Bill.
Maybe nobody's got the range.
Right here, All
right, well, listen, shooters, here's our Deputy Law on 1, Gypsy Girl on 2, Crack Shot will be on 3, Dead on Daisy on 4, Smokey Bear on 5, and Crazy May on 6. So you are in the hole. Try to keep this going pretty quickly today. And Judge,
Alright, load and make ready.
you're on 6. All right, then, did you give the load and make ready? Load and make ready's been given.
She's a new shooter. It's her first time shooting. I just wait to come here today, just so y'all know. Right from that dog bar.
See where I miss them.
I didn't tell you.
How's that? Is that good?
Right.
Oh, that's up to you. I got really fired before the light came on. And my hand was just sitting there. But I am thinking, no, I didn't say anything. And the other girl, I didn't try to hit the target before the light came on.
Alright, shooters. Here we go.
All right, gunfighters. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All right, we have a hit on 1, 599, no hit on 2, no hits 3 and 4. We have a 549 on 5 with no answer on 6. Winning shots go to 1 and 5.
I'll walk.
That's okay, I'm not worried.
Alright, shooters. Here we go. Line ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line, shooters set. Here we go, 692 on lane 1, no answer on 2. There's no times on 3 and 4. A 538 on 5 with no answer on 6. Early scores, 2 to not, not to not, 2 to not.
I didn't see the first one.
Alright, shooters ready. Line ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line, shooters set. No times till we get down here to 5, so that's a shot and win to Wild Bill Hill. But look at that, our new shooter hits a 3288. Woo, she hit the plate, all right. Nice job. We still have a game going on lanes 1 through 4. This will be shot number 4.
Alright, 5 and 6 threes. Just like for 1, 2, 3, and 4. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All right, 784 on lane 1, but not fast enough for that 576 on 2. There's a 426 on 3, no answer on 4. This changes our scores up 2 to 1 and 1 to not.
Alright, shooters ready. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Only hit to note is lane 4 with the 766. It's 2 to 1 and 1 to 1.
Working again, Andy. All right, shooters ready? Lines ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line, shooters set. All right, there's a 705 on 4. Changes the score. We have on lanes 1 and 2, it's 2 to 1, and on lanes 3 and 4, it's 1 to 2. We're going into shot number 7.
All right, shooters, here we go. Lines ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All right, there's a 749 on 1, but not fast enough for that 619 on 2. There's a 404 on 3. No answer on 4. We are tied up, sudden death across the board.
All right, roll them shoulders back. Here we go. Lines ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All right, we have a 578 on lane 2 for Sean Mendy, and we have a 761 on lane 4 for Sean Wynn to Tombstone Tony.
Hey, good shooting.
All right, nice shooting, everybody.
A lot better than me ever did for me.
All right, our hand judges are Yosemite Lawn 1, Gypsy Girl on 2, and Anita an announcer. Crack Shots on 3, Dead on Daisy 4, Smokey Bear on 5, and Crazy Mate on 6. Those are your next hand judges. Yosemite Lawn, Gypsy Girl, Crack Shot, Dead on Daisy, Smokey Bear, and Crazy Mate. In the hall, getting ready. Diamond Little, Gray Wrangler, Lone Horse, the Smoke Black Wagon Kid, S Lady, and Ivy Nobody. Announcer.
What is the show? I think you are. Tell me the order of the shoes.
All right, our shooters are Copper Snake, River Rose, Crazy K, Mason Dixon, Blue Hawk on 5, and Cherokee Bill on 6.
I'd like to change it.
That's what I've heard.
That does all do.
Here's better. Oh, you don't need it on, you allow me to look at that.
All right, load them back ready.
Load me ready, command as they given.
Oh, that I don't know. As long as it's on that
Let's focus. We're not
All right, let's see. Stand up a little taller. All right, shooters ready. Lines ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
Yeah, go with this.
538 on 1, no hit on 2, 387 on 3, no hit on 4, no hit on 5, and an 1154 on 6.
All right, shooters, here we go. Lines ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 546 on 1, no hit on 2 or 3. 549 on 4, no hits on 5 or 6. That'll be a shot and then to lane 1 to Copper Snake. And we're 1 to 1 on 3 and 4, and 1 to 1 on 5 and 6.
Just in case you forgot how to handle it.
It's less than a fingernail, but it's there.
Good hit. On 4. 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's for you. Lines ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hit on 3, 507 on 4, 983 on 5, and no hit on 6.
We haven't shot
All right, shooters, here we go. Lines ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hit. 418 on 3, no hit on 4, no hits on 5 or 6. We're sudden death on 3 and 4, and 2 to 1.
All right, shooters, here we go. Lines ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .998 on 5 and no hit on 6. And no hits on 3 or 4. Shot 1 to Blue Hawk on lane 5.
All right, 5-6-3. Just like for 3 and 4. Lines ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 405 on 3, 540 on 4, shot 1 to Crazy K.
All right, hands off guns. 1 to 6. Downrange.
Our next set of hand judges should be Diamond Blue on 1, Gray Wrangler on 2, Lone Horse on 3, Smoke Wagon Kid on 4, S Lady on 5, and Ivy Nobody on 6. We need a range master. Again, Diamond Blue on 1, Gray Wrangler on 2, Lone Horse on 3, Smoke Wagon Kid on 4, S Lady on 5, and Ivy Nobody on 6. Smoking Gun has the range. Our shooters should be Yosemite Law on 1, Gypsy Girl on 2, Crack Shot on 3, Diddle and Daisy on 4, Smokey Bear on 5, and Crazy May on 6. In the hole we have JD Derringer on 1, Spitfire Rose on 2, Little Smokey on 3, Catskill Gene on 4, Chuck Wagon on 5, and Diamondback on 6. That's in the hole.
So I don't know if it's with a reset of the timer. Yeah. Oh, it's your necklace. Oh, I bet it is. Yes. Okay, just turn around like gypsy.
Okay, shooters, load back ready.
Go to make ready for Fantastic Thanksgiving.
And flash that light.
I think it's Will's necklace.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, turn that.
I have an extra bandana, you know, put it over my shoe. Make it a bit. Just don't move, Will.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .768 on no hit on 1, 768 on 2, no hit on 3, 927 on 4, no hits on 5 or 6.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 501 on 1, 748 on 2, 917 on 4, no hits on 5 or 6.
748 for
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 2 on 3, 965 on 4, no hits on 5, no hit on 5, and 874 on 6.
Scores.
1 to 1 on 1 and 2, 1 to 2 on 3 and 4, and not to 1 on 5 and 6.
Okay, line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 737 on, no hit on 1, 737 on 2, no hits the rest of the way.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 537 on 1, no hit on 2, 740 on 3, 915 on 4, no hits on 5 or 6.
Line shooters. Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 1 or 2, 688 on 3, 930 on 4, no hits on 5 or 6. Shot 1 crack shot on 3. Sudden death on 1 and 2, and not to 1 on 5 and 6.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 559 on 1, no hit on 2, 716 on 3, no hit on, 716 on 5, no hit on 6. Shot 1 to 70, long range 1. We're 1 to 1 on 5 and 6. 8.
Okay, 1 and 2, please. Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 8:21 on 5. No hit on 6. 2-1.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 6:55 on 5 and no hit on 6. Shot and win the Smoky Bear. Need an announcer and the hand judge for these are your hand judges.
1 and 6.
JD Derringer on 1, Spitfire Rose on 2, Little Smoky on 3, we need an announcer, Catskill Gene on 4. Chuck Wagon on 5 and Diamond back on 6.
I'm watching you, believe me, I'm watching you.
Volunteer hand judge on 4.
And he's sweeping the line.
Volunteer hand judges for 3 and 4.
Take it easy.
I was on the other end, counted that way. I could count though, but it was the wrong
We need announcer, scorekeeper. Announcer, scorekeeper. All right, let's see. We have shooters. We have hand judges. Let them make ready.
Let's make ready, order given, children.
All right, hand judges are down. Line ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 10-12 on 1, nothing on 2, and 11-04 on 3, and that's it. That was shot 1.
Thank you.
Order gun. All right, hand judges are down. Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 and 2, and 11-25 on 3. nothing on 4, and a 661 on 5, nothing on 6.
All right, the line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 and 2. We got a 1070 on 3, beat by a 435 on 4. We got a 696 on 5, nothing on 6. 1 to knot, 2 to 1, 2 to knot.
We're gonna go.
To the end with a pistole.
All right, got fired. Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got 1147 on 1, nothing on 2, 3, or 4, and a 654 on 5, nothing on 6. Shot and win to the S lane.
Okay, 5 and 6, freeze. 1 through 4, line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 and 2. We got a 1070 on 3. Not quite fast enough for the 498 on 4. We are now 2 to knot and sudden death.
Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. $13.86, a no hit on 1 and 2, a 1033 on 3, and a 515 on 4. Shot and win the Smoke Wagon Kid. We are still 2 to knot on 1 and 2.
And the line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing but net.
I got fired. Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. $10.50 on 1, nothing on 2. Shot and win to Diamond Lil.
Get hands out front, 1 and 6. Down range.
Our next hand judges are Lane 1, Deadeye Rosie. Johnny Creekside, Lane 2. Lester, Lane 3. Hummingbird, Lane 4. S-Man on 5. And I need a volunteer hand judge for 6.
This guy right here, what does it?
Volunteer hand judge on 6. I got it. And we got it. You're welcome, man.
Who's sending a volunteer?
Hand judge. Throw out hand judge. I'm not forced, waiting. You are?
Hand judges are Deadeye Rosie, Lane 1. Creekside, Lane 2. Blaster, Lane 3. Hummingbird, Lane 4. S-Man, Lane 5.
Okay.
And our volunteer we got.
Both get ready.
We're going to be a bye round in the next group.
That's where I get messed up. That's burden.
Go medium.
All right, little Smoky.
Okay, gunfighters, the hand judges are down, line ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .473 on 1, takes out the 776 on 2, nothing on 3, 4, or 5, and a 973 on 6.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 514 on 1, nothing on 2. 1024 on 3, nothing on 4, 5, or 6. Two to not, 1 to not to 1.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 460 on 1, nothing on 2. Shot and win to J.D. Derringer. Nothing on 3, a 526 on 4, nothing on 5. Nothing on 5 or 6.
Highest is first. 3 through 6. Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing but net. 1 to 1, not to 1.
Hey, this ain't next man.
Chuck Wagon, the black thing down there with the little light in the middle.
Alright, line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 3 and a 577 on 4. We got a 668 finally on 5. Took out the 1093 on 6.
Did that tell you what he was supposed to be shooting at?
1 to 2, 1 to 1.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 1742 on 3, beat out by a 595 on 4, shot and win to Catskill Gene. We got a 766 on 5, barely, and I'm saying barely, takes out the 936 on 6. We are now 2 to 1 on 5 and 6.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing but net.
You're gonna get there.
This is shot 8 coming up.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set.
Come on, Diamondback.
Nothing but net. Still 2 to 1. This is shot number 9.
ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Two to one. No. This is 10. This will be 10. Yeah. 10 comes after 9.
You gotta know what shot they're on. What's coming up with it gets shot. Alright, line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. $7.57 on 5, nothing on 6. Shot and win to
It's important how you
Chuck
say what
Wagon.
shot number is.
Truck wagon's in the house.
the one before I said this is out of line. I don't think I said
Alright, hands up, guns, down range.
I need 5 volunteer hands up. And please, don't knock each other down running up there. You got a buy round where smoking gun's gonna put them. Lane 1, Deadeye Rosie. Johnny Creekside on 2. Our 5 round is Blaster on 3, Hummingbird on 4, S-Man on 5.
Volunteer hands. Need one on 3.
Yes, sir, yeah.
You got enough? We need one on, we need a hand judge on 1. We got one. All right. No. I'm sorry. We got one.
Alright, got flyers. Load make ready.
There's your order, make ready order given, boys and girls.
Line to buy round. So let it go by.
And Rosie, don't beat up on the old man too much. You know how his feelings get hurt.
Okay, hand gauges are down. 100.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Oh, that's just sad. Let's try this one more time.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing until we get to 5 for a 545 for S-Man. He takes the buy round. Blaster and Hummingbird, you stay right where you're at. Not really. You gave it up.
Alright, go ahead and load if you need to.
We just keep you around for looks.
See my new hole.
Tighten up the wrist, sir.
Yeah, you got it high enough?
Maybe not.
Any higher, we're gonna call it wrong.
It's against the rules to put it around your neck. nothing on 2. 724 on 3, nothing on 4.
Hands off guns.
We're going down to check. Hands off guns.
Make sure. Alright, I'm gonna need this. Hang your hot.
I'm assuming that was good.
Good.
I don't want to take away from your leadership.
I don't want you to either. That was good. And we're keeping them on 3 and 4. Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 1 and 2. We got a 675 on 3, nothing on 4. 1 to not, 2 to not.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 1 and 2. We got a 745 on 3. Shot and went to the blaster. We are still 1 to not on 1 and 2.
Alright, 3 and 4 freeze. 1 and 2. Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing.
I think they're scared to beat each other.
This is shot 7 to be shot. Coming up, the next one, after the last one. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. And 11:45 on 1, nothing on 2. In case y'all forgot, it is now 2 to nothing. Not 6. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing but net. This is shot 9 coming up.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. We've got a 10-26 on 1, nothing on 2. Shot and went to Dead-Eye Rosie.
Okay, hands up good.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of round 1. of round 2. Great Wrangler, lane 1. Lone Horse, lane 2. Bruder Rose, lane 3. Mason Dixon, lane 4. Gypsy Girl, lane 5. Smoking Gun, lane 6. My hand judges are Sergeant Mack, lane 1. Little Smoky, lane 2. Liverpool Miss, lane 3. Johnny Creekside, lane 4. Crazy May, lane 5. Dead on Daisy, lane 6. You're on fire, dear. Little Smoky. Liverpool Miss, you're there. Johnny Creekside, you're hand judging. 4.
I don't know enough about it supposed to go, so it's great.
And Ivy's our range master. Hold on, we got it quick.
Oh, okay.
All right, hands off guns. Hands off
Hands
guns.
off guns, people.
The range master's being mean to me.
You're so honest, really.
Did you hear what he said to me? He said, it's okay, we don't have to get rid of that. You're not gonna hit there anyway.
Will somebody hand judge 3 till Little Smoky gets here?
All right, let them make ready.
There's your let 'em make ready order given, people.
I think I'm good, sir.
I'll be okay.
Not where I did during the championship, so I have not been doing anything.
Well, I am focusing on
I've been speeding up. I've gotten right there. My head is brought off. So the best we can do is let's have fun.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine for me.
All right, shooters, here we go. I'm ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .735 on 1, nothing on 2 and 3. 536, 539 on 4. 793 on 5, nothing on 6.
All right, shooters ready. I'm ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 and 2. We got an 835 on 3.
Hey.
Nothing on 4 and 5. And a 411 on 6.
You said challenge accepted.
Yes, sir. This is our home right
in
here.
the bush, right?
It's okay for me.
All right,
You do work for the government.
shooters ready. I'm ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1, 2, and 3. We got a 621 on 4. Nothing on 5 and a 418 on 6. 1 to not, 1 to 2, 1 to 2.
Started and I hit the first time.
All right, shooters, here we go. Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1. We got a 1087 on 2. We got an 836 on 3, and that's it. 863.
All right, here we go, shooters. Line ready. Working up. Never mind. Not bad. All right, armor shooters ready. Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 787 on 1, beats a 1083 on 2, nothing on 3, 4, 5, and we got a 401 on 6 for shot and gut shot and wind to smoking gun. 2 to 1, sudden death.
All right, 5 and 6 3. Just like the 1, 2, 3, 4. Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1, a 1088 on 2. We got an 887 on 3, nothing on 4. Shot and wind to Luger Rose. We are now sudden death on 1 and 2.
All right, 3, 4, 3. Just like the 1 and 2. Line's ready. Where you go? I can see some.
You're way too eager.
I'm going to need an announcer for the next
I have
round.
the same talk with myself, and here I am.
All right, ladies. Here we go. Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got an 835 on 1, nothing on 2. Shot and wind to the Gray Wrangler. Boy, that's an excited punch today.
All right, hands off guns. Look six.
All right, hands off guns, downrange to roll those targets. If you were a hand judge, you were probably shooting. The next set of hand judges are... Okay, hand judges. Hand judges, we got Hummingbird on 1, Diamondback on 2, I mean nobody, you're a hand judge on 3. We are going to need a new range master. Spitfire Rose, you're on 4 as a hand judge. Cherokee Bill, you're on 5, and Crack Shot is on 6 as a hand judge. Hand judge is Hummingbird with Diamondback, I mean nobody, and Spitfire Rose. Running 5 is Cherokee Bill, Crack Shot on 6. In the hole, the next set of hand judges is Blaster, Smokey Bear, Deadeye Rosie, Yosemite Law, J.D. Derringer, and Mendy. That's in the hole. I mean nobody, you were a hand judge on lane 3. Shooters should be Sergeant Mac, Little Smokey, Liverpool Miss, Johnny Creekside Stan, Crazy Day, and Dead on Daisy. Who's got the range?
I'll take the range.
Okay, Smokey Bear has a range, even though he's up next, so we're gonna need one after that.
Head judge on 2.
And judge on 2 is Diamondback. Diamondback, you are a hand judge on 2. Looks like she's getting herself ready over there.
Okay, we got head judges, we got shooters, load make ready.
Okay, go ahead and load and make ready.
Here we go. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Okay, no time on 1 with a 13:30 on lane 2. No times 3, 4, or 5. And down here on lane 6, we got a 929. Looks like it's right in that lane. See it from here. Good again.
Hand judges down, line ready.
Okay, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, we got no times 1 through 3. We have a 5:33 on lane 2. Excuse me, on lane 4. I don't know what I was thinking. 5:33 on lane 4, no times 5 and 6.
Hand judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Okay, no time on 1 with an 11:65 on lane 2. No times 3, 4, 5, or 6. Scores are not to 2, not to 1, not to 1.
Come on, little Smokey.
Crazy man, how you do the thing with it?
Alright, hand judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, we got 11:01 on 1. No time on 2. No time on 3 or 4. No time on 5 with a 9:55 for their second thing on lane 6. 1 to 2, not to 1, not to 2.
Alright, hand judges are down, line ready.
Okay, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, no time on 1. That means at 10:08 on lane 2 is a shot win to Little Smoky. Good job. We're done on 1 and 2. We're still shooting 3 through 4. The score is 1 to not. Or excuse me, not to 1, not to 2. Not to 1, not to 2.
Okay.
Oh, it's in the book, it's in the like. Oh, yeah, no, I see it. Okay. That was one. Yeah, it was.
Alright, hand judges are down, line ready.
Okay, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, now times on 3 and 4. We have a 10:08 on lane 5, but that 9:61 is a little bit faster. So that's a shot win to Dead on Daisy. All right, it's knocked to 1, still on 3 and 4, and this is shot number 8 coming up.
Good. Okay, 3, 1 and 2, 5 and 6. This is for 3 and 4. Lines ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Okay, this is actually shot 8. Right now, too far.
Shot 8. And judge down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Now 1 to 1.
Come on, big son. Them big turns in here.
And judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Okay, it's still 1 to 1. This is shot number 10. The winning shot this time wins.
All right, and judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, so it's a tie, 1 to 1. So you're going into shot 11. So the first one to break the time.
No pressure. They're all better.
Now we are.
All right, and judges down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Good job, Liverpool wins. Okay, so if you're a hand judge, you are now shooting. And if I told you were in the hole, you're a hand judge now. So those folks are. You got Blaster on 1 as a hand judge. Smokey Bear, you're on 2 as a hand judge. You want a replacement. We need a volunteer, or we need a ranger. Okay. We need a range master.
Clear? Okay.
So Blaster's a hand judge on 1. Smokey Bear on 2. Yellow Rosie, you're a hand judge on 3. Yosemite Lawyer on 4 as a hand judge. JD Derringer's on 5. And Mindy's on 6 as a hand judge. Crazy K is going to take the range, I think. Roll the targets. We got Hummingbird and Diamondback, I see them. We got Ivy's going to be shooting on 3 with Spitfire on 4. We got Derek and Bill, your hand on 6, Mindy. Yep. We got Blasters on 1, I see us there. Red Rosie, I see them. Alright, looks like we have everybody. Wagon.
Anything I can do to help you? Stay out of your way.
New drop times over there.
Can't be, that's a time. That's the hit. That can't be that. Bad
Wait a minute.
All right, looks like my hand judges are down. Here we go. Mine's ready.
Okay, here we go. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Okay, we got a hit down here on lane 6 with an 808. Making it easy on the scorpion.
All right, shooters, here we go.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, lane 5 is the one to put back on board. This time was an 1105.
All right, shooters, here we go. Mine's ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, we got a 418 on 1 with a 1058 on 2. No time on 3 with a 972 on lane 4. 1 to not to 1 was 1.
955.
All right, shooters, here we go. Mine's ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, no time on 1 with a 1024 on lane 2. No time on 3 and 4. We got a 1011 on lane 5. 1 to 1, not to 1, 2 to 1.
All right, shooters, here we go. Mine's ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No time on 1 with a 979 on lane 2. No times on 3 and 4. We got a 1042, but that 750 is a little bit faster. So they are at sudden death on 5 and 6.
All right, hands off guns.
Hands off guns.
Stick them up.
Hands off guns. Down
Down to check target. Oh, here we go. Wire.
They just came on board.
Good things there on curls down there.
All right, check your guns if you need to.
Check your guns. Make sure you're indexed. Make sure you're ready.
All right, looks like my hand judges are down. Here we go. Mine's ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All right, no time on 1 with a 1014 on lane 2. That's a shot when the diamond back. No time on 3 with a 691 on lane 4. That's not till 2. Now we have a 1038, but that's 728 faster, so that's a shot win, a crack shot on lane 6.
All right.
Come on, Ivy.
1, 2, 3 and 4, or 5 and 6. Freeze. 3 and 4. This light's for you. Mine's ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. go. We got a 562 against that 758. He's proud of himself down there. All right, 1 to 2.
All right, 3 and 4, here we go. Line's ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 3 with a 675 on lane 4. That's a shot wing. Spitfire Rose. All right. So if you're a hand judge, you are now shooting. And our next set of hand judges.
All right, hands up, good. 1 and 6, downrange, roll.
All right, next set of hand judges. Smoke Wagon Kid on 1. Diamond Lil, you're on 2. Blue Hawk, you're a hand judge on 3. Copper Snake on 4. Tombstone Tony, come down here, lane 5 and be a hand judge. And Chuck Wagon, you are a hand judge on 6, please. Smoke Wagon Kid on 1. Diamond Lil, Blue Hawk on 3. Copper Snake on 4. Tombstone Tony on 5. And Chuck Wagon's on 6.
Hand judge on 2.
Looks like we have our shooters.
Hand judge on 2.
What's that? Hand judge on 2 is Diamond Lil. Diamond Lil, you're a hand judge on lane 2. Last one small there that I really see with somebody.
All right, I got shooters, I got hand judges. Load and make ready.
All right, load and make ready has been given. In the hole, we have myself and S Lady on 1 and 2. Wild Bill Hill and S Man and Crazy K. So these are 5. That's the in the hole. All right, my voice is going to change now. Yes, it's me now. Do it now, sir.
Hey, the music.
Do y'all want music or not? No music.
Music or no music? Alrighty, looks like my hand judges are down. Here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, gunfighters. Let's go from that rifle. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. $691 on lane 1, New Strong 2. $968 on 3, New Strong 4. $463 on 5, New Strong 6. Oh, good to be odd on that round.
See the hit? Alright, we got a questionable hit on 3. Hands off guns! Hands off guns! Downrange!
Good job. Good guy.
It's a good hit on 3. Alright, shake your guns if you need to. Shake your guns if you need to. Alright, hand judges are down. Here we go. Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 1, falls to the 6:14 on 2. No time on 3, 4, 5, or 6. And change the scores to 1 and 1. 1 and not, 1 and not. Shot number 2.
Alright, shooters, here we go. Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 650 on lane 1, edge down to 664 on 2, no time on 3 or 4. 458 on 5, beats the 541 on 6. Scores 2-1, 1-0, 2-0. That was shot number 3.
Shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 1, positive 587 on 2, tie that up 2-2. No times on 3, 4, or 5, 6 runs in with a 489. Score is 2-2, 1-0, 2-1. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No count on lanes 1, 2, or 3. 4, 5, 507. Time that up 1-1. No time on 5. Positive 487 on 6. Time that up 2-2. So we're all tied up. It's 2-2, 1-1, 2-2.
Working the gun.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 1, positive 659 on 2, round elimination lane 2 to Smoky Bear. Nothing on 3, positive 491 on 4. Have a 437 on 5, no answer on 6. That's round elimination lane 5 to JD Derringer. So 3 and 4 is still in it. Scores 1-2.
1, 2, 5, and 6, 3, 3 and 4. This lane's for you. Hydrant.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .44 on 3, no extra on 4. Tying that up 2-2. Sudden death for one, sudden victory for the other.
Alright, 3 and 4, here we go. Hydrant.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 3, positive 503 on 4. Round elimination to lane 4. Yosemite Law. Okay, I'm gonna need some volunteer hand judges. 5 volunteers. If you just shot, maybe just turn around. I'm gonna need 5 volunteers.
Hey, no. We have the 5 hand judges. We need 1 volunteer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I was lost. Alright, we already need 1 volunteer
Where am I?
on lane 6. Lane 6, down here on this end. You'll be volunteering for helping Chuck Wagon. Alright, so my hand judge is going to be Catskill Gene on 1, S Lady on 2, Robbville on 3, S-Man on 4, Crazy K on 5. I need a range master. We'll need a range master. And Gypsy's taking that, maybe? I mean, so Catskill on 1, S Lady on 2, Robbville on 3, Yes Man on 4, Crazy Kid on 5. Shooter should be Smoke Wagon Kid on 1, Diamond Lil on 2, Blue Hawk on 3, Copper Snake on 4, Tombstone Tony on 5, Chuck Wagon on 6. In the hole.
Tag shooters and hand judges, let's load and make ready. Load and make ready. Load and make ready.
Okay. Yes.
All right, hand judges are down. The line is ready.
The line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We have a 108 on 2, nothing on 3, nothing on 4, 675 on 5, 599 on 6.
Just for the record, I don't see a hit.
All right, hands off guns. Hands off guns, please. Hands off guns. Checking the target.
Test light only. Okay, we have no hit on 5, no hit on 5.
All right, check them if you need to. Check if you need to. All right, hand judges are down. The line's ready.
Hand judges are down, the line is ready. Ready gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We've got a 10:02 on 1, 10:01 on 2. We've got a 10:52 on 3, nothing on 4, nothing on 5, nothing on 6.
Get him, Will. Get him, Will. Come on, Will. Get him.
Line's ready.
The line is ready. Okay, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1, nothing on 2. We have a 1039 on 3, edged out by a 567 on 4, nothing on 5, with a 615 on 6.
All right, the line is ready.
Okay, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We've got Nothing on 1, 1081 on 2, 994 on 3. Nothing on 4, 744 on 5, 774 on 6. Not to 2. Oh, shot and win to Diamond Lil. Shot and win to Chuck Wagon. Sorry, my scorekeeper. Pass along. I'll take it. Okay, gunfighters, shooters on the line. Shooters set. 972 on 3. Heads up by the 621 on 4. 711 on 5. Nothing on 6. We've got a tie. We've got a real gunfight. 2-2 and 2-2.
2-2. Yeah. Line's ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 3. 586 on 4. Shot and win to Copper State. Nothing on 5. Nothing on 6.
Right, 3 and 4, you step off the line every time. 3 and 4, freeze. Line's ready.
Let's get ready, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Shot and win to Lane's Chuck Wagon. 655 on 6.
Empty, go clear, 5 and 6. All right, hands off, guns. 1 and 6.
Okay, folks, we need 5 volunteer hand judges. 5 volunteer hand judges. Okay, shooters. Catskill Gene on 1. S Lady on 2. Wild Bill Hill on 3. S Man on 4. Crazy K on 5. Got a bye round. I need 5 volunteer hand judges. 5 volunteer. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, sir. Andy, just relax. Mindy, just relax a little bit. The Godfather of CFDA. Okay, so we've got a bye round consisting of Wild Bill Hill, S-Man, and Crazy Kid.
Okay, I have shooters and hand judges. Let's load and make ready.
All right, gunfighters, grip 'em and rip 'em. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1, nothing on 2. Win bye round. Wild Bill, 5 546. Okay, we're moving down. S-Man on 5, Crazy K on 6. Lower to make ready, command has been given. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We have a 516 on 1. 684 on 2. 534 on 5. No answer on 6. Line is ready. Ready shooters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 641 on 2. 511 on 5. Nothing on 6. The score is 1-1 and 2-0. All right, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 513 on 1, beating out a 663 on 2, 526 on 5. Edged out by a 399 on 6. The score is 2-1 and 2-1. Okay, shooters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1, nothing on 2. 540 on 5 for shot and wins at S-Man. We still got a gunfight on 1 and 2. The score is 2-1.
5 and 6 freeze. The spikes for 1 and 2. Line's ready.
The line is ready. Okay, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .516 on 1, 606 on 2. Shot and win to Catskill Gene.
your shooters first.
Shooters first, okay. For my next set of shooters, lane 1, Mason Dixon. Lane 2, Sergeant Mack. Lane 3, Hummingbird. Lane 4, Blue Hawk. Lane 5, Mindy. Lane 6, Gypsy Girl. For my hand judges, I need Ivy Nobi on 1, Crazy K on 2, S Lady on 3, Crazy May on 4, Deadeye Rosie on 5, Smoke Wagon Kid on 6. I'm gonna need a range master. Smoking Gun has the range.
Can't find the place.
My hand judges again. Ivy Nobody on 1, Crazy K on 2, S Lady on 3, Crazy May on 4, Deadeye Rosie on 5, Smoke Wagon Kid on 6. My range master is Smoking Gun.
Okay, gunfighters, load and make ready. Let's make this quick. No drawn out gun.
Load and make ready has been given.
Knock them out fast.
Come on, that's cold. I can win one. Ready as I can.
Okay, gunfighters, looks like the head judges are down. Their line ready.
Our line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1. 725 on 2. 470 on 3. Beats out a 981 on 4. Nothing on 5. Nothing on 6. The score is 0 to 1 and 1 to 0. Line is ready. Get ready, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1, nothing on 2, nothing on 3. 1032 on 4. 534 on 5. Our score is 0 to 2, 0 to 1, 1 to 1, and 1 to 0.
I'm ready.
Our line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 through 3. A 1019 on 4. Nothing on 5. Nothing on 6. Our scores are 0 to 1, 1 to 2, and 1 to 0. Our line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. $585 on 1. Nothing on 2. Nothing on 3. 1018 on 4. Nothing on 5 with a 750 on 6. Our scores. Shot and win to Blue Hawk, lane 4.
Maybe 4 options, please.
Okay, 3 and 4 green. 1, 2, 5, and 6, line ready.
Okay, our score is 585 on 1, nothing on 2. I'm sorry.
Line ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got 596 on 1, nothing on 2, 779 on 6. Our scores are 2 to 1 and 1 to 2.
Line ready.
Get ready, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 589 on 1. Shot and win to Mason Dixon. 565 on 3. I'm sorry, 5. 7 beating out, edging out 766 on 6. So we've got a gunfight. Score is 2-2 on 5 and 6.
1, 2, 3. Line's ready.
Our line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .777 on 6 for a shot and win to Gypsy Girl. Our next set of hand judges. Tombstone Tony on 1. Johnny Creekside on 2. Cherokee Bear on 3. Blaster on 4. Lone Horse on 5. And Yosemite Law on 6. Again, hand judges, Tombstone Tony on 1, Johnny Creekside on 2, Cherokee Bill on 3, Blaster on 4, Lone Horse on 5, and Yosemite Law on 6. For our shooters, Smoking Gun on... Got it. I'm going to need an announcer. Little Smoky. I'm going to need an announcer, I'm going to need a range master. Casco?
Okay, Smoking Gun has range. Got everybody up there? Hand judge. Hand judge on 3 is Cherokee Bill. Oh, I see. Loader Make Ready has been called. Loader Make Ready has been called. In the hole. In the hole, we have Smoking Gun, Little Smoky, Ruger Rose, Diamondback, S-Man, and Gray Wrangler. In the hole. Yes, sir, you are.
I hate giving them little girls a headache.
I don't know, she gives me a lot of access. All these little girls give me access.
Okay, get line ready.
Okay, here we go. Here comes your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Alright, we got these guys up lane 1, 2. They're hitting the target now, and ID has a 4-2-3. Crazy Gay has a 3-8-7. We got a 663 on 3 with an 875 on 4. No time on 5, but it's 499 on lane 6.
Alright, the line's ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, I spoke too soon on 1 and 2. We got a 671 on 3. No time on 4. A 988, but that 512 comes in a little faster on lane 6. Not to 1, 2 to not to 2.
Working a gun.
Keep my eye on it. Yeah, well, with pin. I want to pin to see it, Jeff, but you got to pin. Didn't see the wind. Hey, you see that?
Okay, here we go. Line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. At a 668 on lane 3. That's a bang zoom, swap for Creekside on lane 3. S-Lady, 1, 2, 3. No hit on 4. 981 on 5. No time on 6. Not to 1. 1 to to 2.
Okay, 3 and 4 freeze. 3 and 4 freeze. 1, 2, 5, and 6, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. All right, we got a 411 down there on lane 1, so he can have a peg just like lane 2. And we have no time on 5 with a 524 on lane 6. That's a shot win, smoking gun. So, smoke, oh yes, I'm sorry. The smoke wagon kid, not smoking gun. Somebody was smoking, but the wagon was smoking, not the gun.
Okay, 5 and 6. 3. Line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. One to one. Score didn't change. Happy deal. Shot 6. Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All right, we got a 421 on lane 1. 2 to 1. This is shot 8. Oh, I looked at this one. Never mind. Shot 7.
Shot 7 coming up, or was that shot 7? That was.
This is coming up 7. Sorry.
Line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Ooh, the gun plays. All right, that pack goes away too. We're at sudden death. Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All right, there's still a dual one. This is shot 8. No, this is shot 9. Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Ooh, 4, 6, that takes that shot. Swing was crazy. He's happy he found the target. All right, so if you were a hand judge, you are now shooting. The next set of hand judges, which I said was in the hole, so we got Smoky Dunn and Little Smoky on 1 and 2. Ruger Rose is a hand judge, we need a scorekeeper. Ruger Rose is a hand judge on 3. Diamondback, you're a hand judge on 4. S-Man, you're a hand judge on 5. And Gray Wrangler, you're a hand judge on 6. Smoking Gun and Little Smoky, 1 and 2. Ruger Rose on 3. Diamondback, you're a hand judge on 4. Thank you. S-Man's here, I see him. And Gray Wrangler, she's already here. So, the shooters should be there. We got Tombstone Tony, Johnny Creekside, I see. He's right there, close by. Bill Mustard. Hold on to your hats. We need a range master. Smoky Bear has range. You are a hand judge on lane 1. Loading ready command has been given. In the hole, while they're voting, in the hole is Wild Bill, Spitfire Rose, Chuck Wagon, Liverpool Mist, Crack Shot, and Dead on Daisy. That's in the hole. Wild Bill, Spitfire Rose, Chuck Wagon, Liverpool Mist, Crack Shot, and Dead on Daisy. In the hole. In the hole. Be ready.
Hey, rangeman!
Rangeman.
You load and make ready?
Yeah. Load and make ready.
Load and make ready command has been given.
Gotta project with that voice.
Well, that's how you know.
It would be a
Head judges are down, line is ready.
Okay, here we go. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, no times on 1 and 2. We got a 9:55 on lane 3. No time on 4. We got a 10:60 on 5. No time on 6.
Head judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, we got a 7:48 on lane 1. No times 2, 3, 4, or 5. And we got a 5:02 on lane 6. 1 to not, 1 to not, 1 to 1.
Down on 2. Head judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Incoming commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. $6.20 on 1, but that 489 comes in a little faster. We got a 980 on 3, which is faster than the no time on 4. We got a 1020 that beats the no time on 6. Early scores now are 1 to 1, 2 to not, 2 to 1.
Okay, head judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on line. Shooters set. Alright, we got a 687 on lane 1, no time on 2. We got a 983, which is a winning shot on lane 3. So that's a shot win, Cherokee-ville. No time on 4. We got a 959 with no time on 6. That's a shot win to Lone Horse. Still shooting on 1 and 2, and the score is 2 to 1.
Okay, let's freeze on 3, 4, 5, and 6. This is for 1 and 2. Line's ready.
Okay, this is for 1 and 2 only. Here we go. Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. There, got a 701 on lane 1 with no time on 2. That's a shot win to Tombstone Tony. Hard one to say, man. I'll give you some. Alright, so if you were a hand judge, you were shooting Smoking Gun, Little Smoky, Ruger Road, and Diamond Back. Shooting with Gray Wrangler. Their hand judges, remember, is Wild Bill Hill on 1. Spitfire Road, you're a hand judge on 2. Chuck Wagon, you're on 3 as a hand judge. Liverpool Miss, you're on lane 4 as a hand judge. Crack Shop, you are on lane 5 as a hand judge. And Dead on Daisy is on 6. Those are the hand judges. I see everybody coming up in the hole. We got Copper Snake, Smoky Bear, Diamond Lil, myself, and JD Derringer. So we're going to be in a bye. Coming up next. In the hole. Smoky Bear, you keeping the range? Okay.
Okay, we got hand judges, we got shooters. Road make ready.
So the make ready has been called.
Good luck, girl.
Got 4 ladies, 2 guys. What is the percentage today of ladies? Half and half. The ladies, 12 ladies, 4 juniors, 18 men. So yeah, if you added that together with the junior female, so we got 16 and 18, 50%. Must curl power. Dang.
Okay, head judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, we got a 424 on lane 1. No time on 2 or 3. Got a 968 on 4. And a 551 takes that peg over no time on 6.
Head judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, no time, so we get down to lane 4 with a 992. And then lane 5 is a 557.
Okay, head judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, we got a 902 on lane 3. So early scores are 1 to 0, 1 to 2, 2 to 0.
Head judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Alright, got no times on 1 and 2. We have a 947 on 3. That beats out that 1006, so they're at sudden death on 3 and 4. No times on 5 and 6. 1 to 0, sudden death, 2 to 0.
Head judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Got a 423 on lane 1, no time on 2. No time on 3 with a 977 for a shot win to Diamondback. 613 on 5 and no time on 6 is a shot win to S-Man. Still shooting on 1 and 2 and the score is 2 to 0.
Okay, freeze. 3, 4, 5, and 6. This is for 1 and 2. Line is ready.
Red line is ready for 1 and 2 only. Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Okay, we'll keep doing that down there. Over yonder.
Head judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Alright, coming up, this is shot number 8. You're loading shot 8.
Head judges are down, line ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 403 for his third peg, so that's a shotgun to smoking gun. The gun that's smoking, know what that is. Okay, we're gonna need an announcer.
Alright, hands off,
We're gonna need a volunteer hand judge on lane 6. Copper Snake is on 1 as a hand judge. Smoky Bear, we're gonna need a range master too. Smoky Bear's on 2 as a hand judge. Diamond Lily, you're on 3 and I'm on 4. JD Derringer, you're a hand judge on 5. We need a volunteer on 6, please. We need an announcer. And, yeah. We need a range master and an announcer.
Doesn't make ready.
All right, the road make ready command's been given. 04 on 3, no time on 4. There's an 8:55 on 5 with no answer on 6. Gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. The only one to talk about is lane 3 with an 807. Early scores, not to not. Ooh, we got a hand up down there on 1. There's no score showing on 1 and 2.
Holster guns, hands off guns.
Okay, holster guns, hands off guns. Downrange.
We have a light.
You need a light? All right. Here it comes.
You should get bonus points if you did not get water. That's even better than the
Alright, check them if you need to.
All right, check them if you need to. Early scores, not to not, 2 to not, 1 to not.
Ready, Chuck, ready? Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 548 on lane 1 is the only one we're talking about.
Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Again, all I want to talk about. Ooh, wait a minute. What's going on here? We have a 550 on 1, no time on 2. There's a 3621 on 3, which is not. You can't see the light. That's too bad. So no shot there. Maybe we can take a little bit. It looks like the light was rolled, so maybe we can take a little bit of whack. Oh man, yeah, absolutely. 2930, she gets a peg for that though. No times on 5 or 6. So range master,
Holster guns.
holster guns, hands off guns. Yeah, remember not to roll those lights like that. You just want to put a dab of paint on there and roll it with your finger like Ivy's doing. When there's too much paint on those lights, you just cannot see it shine through. And just a matter of fact, we're going on into shot 5 when we get started again. Here's your light.
Good Wagon, I'll tell you.
All right, there we go.
Alright, check them if you need to.
All right, check your firearms. We're going into shot number 5.
Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, the only one to talk about is lane 6 here with a 10:01. Scores 2 to not, 2 to 1, 1 to win.
Line's ready.
All right, right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No times 1 and 2. We have an 8:43 for shot and wind to Chuck Wagon. No time on 4. There's a 7:42 on 5. No answer on 6.
3 and 4 free. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 5:31 on 1. Shot and wind to Wild Bill Hill. All right, we have an 8:05 on 5. Taking that. Takes down the 1065, so that's shot and wind to Crack Shot.
Holster guns, hands off guns.
Hands off guns.
Roll dart.
1 and 6, downrange to roll. All right, we're going to need 5 volunteer hand judges, please, for this next round. This is our last line of shooters for round 3.
All right, load and make them ready.
All right, load and make ready. Thank you, volunteers, for coming up to the line. So
We're the buy round.
and this is a buy round for 3, 4, and 5.
Luck, lady.
Make it count.
And we all put them in the light.
Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, we have no time on 1, a 6:18 on 2. The 10:19 on 3 takes the shot for the buy round. That goes to Diamond Well. You go, girl.
Go ahead and move over to 5 and 6.
All right, so Catskill and JD are going to move down to 5 and 6. Finish up this round. So load them if you need to, the range master says.
They gotta tell us when it's loaded.
Great time.
That's when we're talking. Sorry. Take it out.
Not enough shooting going on here.
I'm ready.
Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. There's a 6:04 on 1, no answer on 2, ties that up 1 to 1. There's no time on 5, and there's a 4:58 on 6.
Line's ready.
Gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 6:31 on 1, no answer on 2. There are no times on 5 and 6.
I didn't see a ripple in the line. Might have the wrong glasses on. Line's ready.
Gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No times on 1 and 2. We have a 5:27 on 5, no answer on 6. Our scores, 2 to 1 and 1 to 1.
training.
Gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Oh, everybody's on the board. 515 on 1, takes down the 650 on 2. Shot and win to Copper Snake. We have a 525 on 5, taken out by the 454 on lane 6. The score there is 1-2.
1 and 2, freeze. Line's ready. Oh, line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 562 on 5, evens the score, sudden death.
Come on, JB, you need to pull that 3 out of there. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Oh, I think we had a slip cock and then no hit. It was a low shot.
It was a 3.
All right, this is shot 8.
Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Is that nerves work, Aaron? All right, nothing but that.
Here we go.
Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Okay, no hits. All right, this is shot number 10. Tied up, 2-2.
JD, you still got a 3 in there. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, going into overtime. Next, Linking Light wins it. You got 3 chances. Let's see what happens.
Oh, this is the next FP. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Oh, so close. Taken down by a 48 on lane 6. Shot win goes to JD.
Hands off run. 1 and 6, roll the target. I took his chain for you and you missed the target 4 times.
All right, it'll just take us a minute to pull the next round. Thank you.
Like JD, I can't really get to the sides that I'm behind you. I got the light Well, I can't see you. I don't
All right, listen up. We got Hummingbird on 1, Liverpool Miss on 2, Mindy on 3, Bruder Rose on 4, Sergeant Mac on 5 with Little Little Smoky on 6. These are your shooters. Hummingbird 1, Liverpool 2, Mindy on 3, Ruger Rose on 4, Sergeant Mac on 5, Little Smoky on 6. Hand judges, listen up. Deadeye Rosie on 1, Crazy May on 2, Blaster on 3, with Johnny Creekside on 4, Spitfire Rose on 5, with Smokey Bear on 6. We need an announcer and a range master or a scorekeeper.
Great.
Next man has the range. Okay.
Let me call them out one more time. Hand judges, Deadeye Rosie on 1, Crazy May on 2, Blaster on 3, Johnny Creekside on 4, Spitfire Rose on 5, Smokey Bear on 6. Shooter should be Hummingbird on 1, Liverpool Miss on 2, Mindy on 3, Ruger Rose on 4, Sergeant Mac on 5, Little Smoky on 6.
All right, you have shooters, we have hand judges. Load and make ready.
Okay, the load and make ready command has been given.
Hand judges down. Line ready.
Alright, everybody, let's grip them ribbon. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 4:38 on line 1, no extra on 2, no times on 3 or 4, 8:22 on 5, edging out that 10:28 on 6.
Here we go. Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 76 on 1, edging out that 22:11 on 2. No time on 3, falls to 7:93 on 4. 9:62 on 5, no answer on 6. So after 2, scores 2 to naught, not to 1, 2 to naught.
Look again. All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .85 on lane 1, that's ground elimination lane 1, the Hummingbird, no time on 3 or 4. 9:84 on 5, edging out to 13:21 on 6, now that's ground elimination lane 5, the Sergeant Mac. Still got a gunfight on 3 and 4, and their score is not on lane 3, not on lane 3, let's say again, to 1 on 4.
All right, 1 and 2, 5 and 6, 3. This is for 3 and 4 only. Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. It's a swing and a miss. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. A 563 on 3, edging out 816 on 4, tied it up 2-2. Sorry. 1-1. I'm looking at 1-1 peg. I don't know. 2 just came out. Trying to get this over with.
Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. A swing and a miss. They call that an NBA shot, nothing but net.
Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, still 1-1, and we shot number 8 coming up.
Your line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. A 569 on 3, no answer on 4, made it 2-1. Shot number 9 coming up. We can still tie and win.
Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time, no time. Shot number 10 coming up. My money's on the cowgirl hat. No, cowboy hat.
Here we go. Your line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. on 3, edging out to 792 on 4, round elimination at lane 3 to Mindy. Yay! Feet up on a woman. Give him a hand. Alright, next set of hand judges. Listen up. Ray Ringler. She's on 1. I be nobody on 2. Yosemite Law on 3. Catskill Jean on 4. Dead on Daisy. Where's she at? Dead on Daisy. You're on 5. Hand judges. Diamondbacks on 6. Get on down here, Diamondback. You're hand judging on 6. Ray Ringler on 1. I be nobody on 2. Yosemite Law on 3. Catskill Jean on 4. Dead on Daisy on 5. And Diamondback on 6. That's my hand judges. My shooters should be Dead on Rosie on 1. Crazy May. I'm never going to get them girls' names straight. Crazy May on 2. Slasher on 3. Johnny Creekside on 4. Spitfire Rose on 5. And Smokey Bear on 6. In the hole, the Smoke Wagon Kid, Crazy Kitty, Lawnmowers, Gypsy Girls, Diamond Lil, Chuck Wagon, you're in the hole. I won't go into the deep hole.
Here we go.
Go to the deep hole.
Load make ready.
Alright, the load make ready command has been given. You can load up them firearms and get ready for a gunfight. See who's going to go to Boot Hill, who's going to get the pine box, and who's going to survive. This is exactly how it would have been in the Old West. A little bit of trash talking, call each other out. It's high noon. We want to see some blood.
We can always shoot the announcer.
Walking through the swinging doors, here he comes.
Here we go, line's ready.
Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Oh, I got him worked up. Man, I got him worked up. Y'all not gonna live long in the Wild West like that. Yeah, okay, yeah, I thought we was playing baseball with that swing and a miss.
Your line's ready.
All right, shooters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Ten 34 on, no answer on 2. 862 on 3, no answer on 4. No times on 5 or 6.
And your line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. I was shot number 3. They're just getting warmed up. A couple more and they'll start hitting the target. Scores are 1 to naught, 1 to naught, and not to naught.
Your line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. A 10:29 on 1, edging out to 13:78 on 2. No times on 3 or 4. No time on 5. Falls to the 6:88 on 6. Changing the scores of 2 to naught, 1 to naught, naught to 1.
And your line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. A 10:24 on lane 1, no answer on 2. Round elimination lane 1, 2. Deadeye Rosie. 7:15 on 3, no answer on 4. No times on 5 or 6. Changes the scores. Alright, so after 5 shots, scores is 2 to naught, not to 1.
Gunfighters, your line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, new time on 3. Bars are 5:07 on 4. 7:87 on 5, but not quick enough for the 6:69 on 6. That changes the scores of 2 to 1, not to 2. Shot number 7 coming up.
Your line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 3, falls at a 541 on 4. No time on 5, falls at a 677 on 6. That's round elimination. Lane 6, that's Smokey Bear. Yay, Smokey. Beat up on a poor woman.
5 and 6 freeze. This for 3 and 4 only. Line's ready.
All right, you're tied up. Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Swing and a miss. They are 2-2. Sudden death or sudden victory depends on which side of the blinking light you're on. So looking for a blinking light will tell the tale. Oh, cut that out. This is a family event. Hey.
Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time, no doubt. She reminds me of my wife. She don't pay attention to anything I say. She don't care. She don't even know what I'm talking about. All right, shot number 10 coming up.
Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Somebody didn't bring wax to that gunfight. That was shot number 10. We tied up, so you got 3 more chances to get a blinking light.
Stand easy, working again. Your line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. That's 7:56 on 3, duration on 4. That's round elimination cover. Last tail, lane 3. Blasted his way through that one. Alright, listen up for my hand judges. Y'all are in the hole, so get ready. The Smoke Wagon Kid on 1. Crazy Kid on 2. Lone Horse on 3. Because I was yelling at her, she never even knew I was talking about her all that time. Gypsy Girl on 4. I need a scorekeeper. Diamond Little on 5 and Chuck Wagon on 6. I'll turn her down a little bit. Smoke Wagon Kid on 1, Crazy Kid on 2, Longhorns on 3, Gypsy Girl on 4, Diamond Little on 5, Chuck Wagon on 6. Shooter should be Great Ringer on 1. I beat nobody on 2. Yosemite Law on 3. Catskill Gene on 4. Dead on Daisy on 5. And Diamondback on 6.
Angry old man. Angry.
Let's shooters and hand judges. Load and make ready.
The load make ready command has been given. just grip them and rip them. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Okay, after lane 5 is the only one on the scoreboard at 967.
Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. $870 on 1, no answer on 2, no time on 3, calls at 512 on 4, and no time on 5 or 6.
And your line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 1, calls it a 430 on 2. No times on 3 or 4. There's a 10-13 on 5. No answer on 6. Alright. Score is 1 to 1, not to 1, 2 to 9.
And your line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Just swing and a miss.
Your line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 1, calls at 440 on 2. No time on 3, calls at 531 on 4. 1076 on 5. The edged out by 1013 on 6. That changes the score to 1 to 2, not to 2, 2 to 1. That was shot number 5. 6 coming up.
Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 1 and 2, 492 on 3, edging out to 517 on 4. 987 on 5 for the speed by to 955 on 6. The score now is 1 to 2, and sudden death 2 to 2 down on lanes 5 and 6. Our sudden victory.
Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No times on 1 and 2. 521 on 3, but it's beat by the 503 on 4 for round elimination lane 4. Catskill G. No times on 5 or 6. Score is 1 to 2, 2 to 2. That was shot number 7.
3 and 4, freeze. This is for 1, 2, 5, 6. Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 1 and 2, 987 on 5, beating a no time on 6, rest round elimination on lane 5, 2, dead on Daisy. That was a close gunfight there.
5 and 6, freeze. This is for 1 and 2 only. Line's ready. Oops, sorry. Line's ready.
Alright, here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. An 803 on 1, but there's a 439 waiting for it on 2 for round elimination. Lane 2 to IB Nobody. Next set of hand judges. I need Blue Hawk. I forgot to call it the hole. Blue Hawk on one. Tombstone Tony on two. Mason Dixon on three. Crack Shot on four. S-Man on five. Copper Snake on six. We will need a range master for take the place of S-Man. So anybody with range master skills out there, we'll need you. Blue Hawk on one, Tombstone Tony on two, Mason Dixon on three, Crack Shot on four, S-Man on five, Copper Snake on six. In the hole would be Smoking Gun, S-Lady, Cherokee Bill, Wild Bill Hill, and J.D. Derringer, in that order. And Catskill will be taking the reins from S-Man.
Catskill's got the ring.
S-Man's on five. Shooter should be the Smoke Wagon Kid on one, Crazy K on two, Yarn Horse on three, Gypsy Girl on four, Diamond Lil on five, and Chuck Wagon on six.
Go ahead, load, make ready, folks.
The load make ready command has been given. So this is winding up round four. We still got a couple more rounds to get to round four finished. It's only 2 o'clock, and don't worry, we'll get there. That's right, don't get dark till 8, so we're good. I think Mindy said he's calling out for lunch.
Okay, here we go. The line's ready.
All right, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. A 478 on one, but there's a 406 sitting there waiting on it on two. No times on 3, 4, or 5. 6 comes in with a 718. After they told Chuck Wagon where he's supposed to shoot at, he's hitting that target, man.
Here we go. The line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Four 12 on one, no answer on two. 1093 on three, but there's an 839 waiting for it on four. 1095 on five, with a 811 beating it out on six. So after 2 shots, it's 1 to 1, not to 1, not to 2.
Here we go. The line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No times on 1 and 2. 969 on 3, but it's beat by the 881 on 4. No time on 5, falls to the 806 on 6. And that's round elimination to Chuck Wagon on 6. I told you, once they showed him the target, man, he was nailing that thing. Score is 1 to 1, not to 2.
All right, here we go. This is for 1 through 4. The line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .425 on 1, no answer on 2. No time on 3, balls at 848 on 4, round elimination lane 4 to Gypsy Girl. That's not cowboy music, that's trying to get to the west.
All right, you want to step off the line? It's up to you. Okay. Here we go. This is for 1 and 2 only. The line's ready.
1 and 2, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time, no time. Score remains 2 to 1.
Okay, here we go. Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .406 on 1, no answer on 2. That's round elimination. to the Smoke Wagon Kid, or sometimes called the Smoking Gun, on lane 1.
All right, hands on guns. Target.
That's all the out. One sir. That's your towel.
Hand judges, Smoking Gun on 1, S Lady on 2, Cherokee Bill on 3, Wild Bill Hill on 4, JD Derringer on 5, I need a volunteer hand judge on 6, and my announcer is on her way.
Let me know if I missed. It's been a rough day finding a plate for me.
Hold on, we got Smoking Gun coming in Wild Bill Hill.
We're in trouble.
I'll do my best.
Okay, can I get a volunteer on 1? Yeah, okay. Go ahead and make ready, folks. Yes. Yeah, come on.
Yes, you're on 4.
Right where you are.
I don't know, did you get the load make ready? Okay, the load and make ready command has been given. Thanks for asking. I didn't hear it till repeat it, sorry about that.
I didn't see her. Look at me, sorry. Okay, here we go. The line is ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, 985 on 1, no answer on 2. There are no times on 3 and 4. We have a 622 on 5 with no answer on 6. Winning shots go to lanes 1 and 5.
Okay, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Oh, the board lit up. 978 on, 976 on 1, but taken down by the 744 on 2. Again, no times on 3 and 4. We have a 653 on 5, with the 550 on 6 takes it down.
Okay, here we go. The line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, nothing to talk about except down here on lane 6. Early scores, 1 to 1, not to not, 1 to 2.
Couldn't hit the broadside of a barn if I was inside the barn.
Okay, here we go. The line's ready.
Gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No time on one. We have a 679 on two. There's a 622 on lane for their first shot. No time on four. 611 on five. No time on six. Our scores have changed. 1 to 2, 1 to naught, and sudden death.
Here we go. Line's ready.
Gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. $9.25 on one, but that's not fast enough for that 736 on two. Shot and win to Tombstone Tony. We have a 567 on three, takes down the 749 on four. There's a 1404 on five. Time does not count. No time on six.
Okay.
So 1 and 2 are finished. Scores 2 to naught on 3 and 4, and sudden death on 5 and 6.
Okay, this is for 3, 4, 5, and 6. The line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No times 3 and 4. No time on 5, but then 523 on 6. You shot in the wind at Copper Snake.
All right, Copper Snake.
Okay, you guys want to step off? Yeah. Yes, I know you want to step off the line on it. Okay, here we go. For 3 and 4 only.
Yes, 3 and 4 only, right?
The line is ready.
All right, the line is ready. Gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. $601 on 3 takes down the 753 on 4. Round of elimination going to Mason Dixon.
Okay, hands up, guys. Yeah, ready to go.
All right, so our shooter should already be up there. We have Smoking Gun on 1, S-Lady on 2. Cherokee Bill is on 3, and Wild Bill Hill is on 4, and J.D. Derringer is on 5. So Cherokee Bill, Wild Bill Hill, and J.D. are in a bye round. We need 5 volunteer, count of 5. 5 volunteer hand judges, please. 5 volunteer hand judges. I got 3, I think I see, 4, maybe 1 more on lane 2. There we go, 5. Thank you, everybody. No pay. It's volunteer, $0. No senior discount.
Guys, it's just a buy round. You can go ahead and take ready.
All right, thank you for volunteering. Catskill Jean still has the range. Thank you. And our wonderful River Rose here, putting the numbers on the page for us. First Lady of Scoring. That's right, First Lady of Cracker Cowboys, pardon me. She wants the full title. Again, a volunteer position.
Okay, here we go, shooters. The line is ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All I want to talk about is the 391 on lane 1. So high round participants need to do it again. You don't have a clear winner.
Have a little bit of a winner.
Yeah, we only one of you did.
Okay, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 443 on lane 1. Takes down the 763 and 2. We have a 922 on 3. Prashant went to Cherokee Bill. He wins the bye round. Nice going. All right. Wild Bill Hill and JD are moving down to lanes 5 and 6. Finish this shootout.
Okay, go ahead and load and make ready, 5 and 6.
All right, 5 and 6 can load and make ready.
We'll be right with you.
And it's 2 to naught on 1 and 2.
All right, here we go. The line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing but net.
Okay, here we go. The line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 420 on lane 1. Shot and win goes to Smoking Gun. There's still no times down here on 5 and 6. The move might have hurt him. I don't know.
All right, this is for 5 and 6 only. The line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No time on 5. There's 444 on 6.
You didn't do that. Hey, here we go. The line's ready.
Gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. $494 on 5, no answer on 6. Ties that up nice and neat, 1 to 1.
Here we go. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 508 on 5, no answer on 6. Change that score up to 1.
Ready, sir? Here we go. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No time on 5, then 450 on 6 ties it up. Now we're in sudden death. This is a real gunfight.
Hey, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Oh, 2 good shots. 485 on 5, just taken down by the 469 on 6. Round of elimination going to J.D. Derringer.
All right.
Nice finish to round number 4. Stand by, we'll be calling round 5.
Oh, there you go.
shooters in the lines. Spitfire Rose on 1, S-Man on 2. Little Smoky on 3, Assembly Law on 4. Liverpool Miss on 5, and S-Lady on 6. Again, shooters, Spitfire Rose on 1, S-Man on 2. Little Smoky on 3, Assembly Law on 4. Liverpool Miss on 5, S-Lady on 6. Hand judges to the line, Diamondback on 1, Johnny Creekside on 2, Lone Horse on 3, Crazy May on 4, River Rose on 5, Gray Wrangler. We're going to need a scorekeeper. Again, hand judges, Diamondback on 1, Johnny Creekside on 2, Lone Horse on 3, Crazy May on 4, River Rose on 5, and Gray Wrangler on 6. Hand judges in the hole, Diamond Lil on 1, Crack Shot on 2, Blue Hawk on 3, Crazy K on 4, Wild Bill Hill on 5, and Catskill Gene on 6.
My grand entrance. Where's my sash?
All right, load my ready.
Load to make crate command has been given. Here comes your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We have nothing on 1 with a 606 on 2. Nothing on 3 and a 508 on 4. Nothing on 5 and 6.
Dandy. All right, shooters ready. The line's ready.
Gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We have a 45-45 on 5.
Oh, wait, no, maybe not. It might be a figure.
Questionable hit on lane 5.
All right, we have a questionable hit on 5. Hands off guns, downrange.
Hands off guns, downrange.
Barely there.
Good hit, favorite on that.
All right, we got a good hit on 5.
Check your guns if you need to.
Ready?
All shooters ready. The line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We have nothing on 1 with a 636 on 2. Nothing on 3, 4, and 5 with a 745 on 6. Early scores are not to 2, not to 1, and 1 to 1. Stand easy, working the gun. I don't think so. We have a 9-11 on 1, beaten by the 6-21 on 2. That's shot and win to S-Man. Got a 16-85 on 3, beaten by the 5-03 on 4. We got a 26-86 on 5, beaten by the 7-32 on 6.
Shooters ready? Here we go. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 3 with a 5.46 on 4. That's shot and win to Yosemite Law. Nothing on 5 with a 7.76 on 6. That's shot and win to S Lady.
All right, hands off guns. Pull the 6. Have it ready.
Hands off gun command has been given. All right, my hand judges come to the line. Should be Diamond Lil on 1, Crack Shot on 2, Blue Rock on 3, Crazy K on 4. We need a scorekeeper. Wild Bill Hill on 5, Catskill Gene on 6. Again, hand judges to the line. Diamond Lil on 1, Crack Shot on 2, Blue Rock on 3, Crazy K on 4. Wild Bill Hill on 5, Catskill Gene on 6. My hand judges in the hole. Hummingbird on 1, Deadeye Rosie on 2, Gypsy Girl on 3, Mason Dixon on 4, Tombstone Tony on 5, and Cherokee Bill on 6. Those are my hand judges in the hole. Be in the ready, set, go position.
You got the good side of the line. It's I'm only going to do oh my gosh, it's so Crazy K.
I'm right here.
And actually,
Just switch from I'm ready.
and I told her, I said, keep it until we wash it. I'm not doing it again.
All right, Golden Lake ready command has been given.
Fly away. All right. I go cheater shoes, you know, I still take something it won't look like that anyway, so. Because we have things. I know. I'm trying. I'm doing it up again.
Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a lonely fighter down here on 1, throwing up a 10.72. Smokey Bear says thank you, one at a time.
Here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. And we got nothing until we get to 760 on 6. Scores are 1 to not to 1. And that's shot 2 for those of you who rode your short bus.
Feel attacked. At least it was yellow.
Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 with a 5-12 on 2. Tying that score up 1 to 1. We got a 10.73 on 3. Nothing else across the board. Scores are now 1-1, 1 not to 1.
All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
Gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. And we got nothing on 1 with a 468 on 2, making that score 1-2. We got a 1094 on 3, making that score 2-0. And 5 and 6 is just going to keep where it's at. Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got a 973 on 1, beaten by the 474 on 2. That's shot and wind to Creekside. Bunny Creekside on 2. 1070 on 3. That is shot and wind to Lone Horse.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Place for 5 and 6. Line's ready.
Alright, Cowgirls, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got an 806 on 5, beating the 922 on 6. That ties that score up 1-1.
She has 2, by the way.
You just beat her.
Oh, never mind.
You know, I just can't. It's that math thing. You get that tip. You can only help you so much. All right, shooters, here we go.
Oh, good Lord help us. Gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a blazing 13-14 on 5 and nothing on 6. I think she almost forgot to draw the gun. I don't know how you do it, Crazy K. I understand how you got your name. This has got to be shot 32.
All right, ladies, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. A 907 on 5, beats to nothing on 6. That scores 2-1, and this is shot 9.
All right, ladies, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
Come on,
And we got nothing on 5 with a 761 on 6, tying it up 2-2.
come on, Pokey.
This is shot 10. Next blinking light.
No more poking. All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
Here are your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
Yep.
We got an 892 on 5, nothing on 6. That shot and went to Marilyn Monroe. River Road.
She wasn't actually the first lady.
Hey, wow, Bill, I bet you didn't know you're supposed to tell your gunfighter to pull their gun when the light comes on, did you?
All right, 1-6, don't worry.
Why am I the victim today?
You just assumed you were supposed to know that.
I don't know. I saw a butterfly.
All right, so our hand judges on the line. Our hand judges on the line should be Hummingbird on 1, Deadeye Rosie on 2, Gypsy Girl on 3, Mason Dixon on 4, Tombstone Tony on 5, Cherokee Bill on 6. Those are my hand judges. Hummingbird, Deadeye Rosie, Gypsy Girl, Mason Dixon, Tombstone Tony, and Cherokee Bill. In the hole, hand judging should be Smoking Gun on 1, Smoky Bear on 2, Deadeye Daisy on 3, Blaster on 4, Copper Snake on 5, Sergeant Mac on 6. Those are my hand judges in the hole. Hand judge on 2 should be Deadeye Rosie.
Load and make ready.
Load and make ready command has been given.
It's okay.
Hey, Chad, that's the only reason I can just go and I look down and say yes. That's the only reason I do is that I want to tell their house.
All right, shooters ready. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 1034 on 1, nothing on 2, 3, and 4. We got a 535 on 6, 5, nothing on 6.
All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Then we got nothing on 1 and 2. We got a 1023 on 3, nothing on 4 with a 536 on 5, nothing on 6. Early scores are 1 to 0, 1 to 0, 2 to 0.
All right, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 988 on 1, beaten by the 788 on 2. We got a 1072 on 3, nothing on 4. 507 on 5, nothing on 6. That's shot and wind to Wild Bill Hill.
Yeah, at least try to get you.
That's only efficient shooting there, cowboy.
All right, 5 and 6, free. Just wait for 1, 2, 3, and 4. My line's ready.
Gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got 999 on 1, nothing on 2 with a 1076 on 3. That gives shot and wind to Blue Hawk. The scores on 1 and 2s now 2 to 1.
All right, 3 and 4 free. 1 and 2, just wait for now. Line's ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 1064 on 1. That's shot and wind to Diamond Will.
Hands off buzz. Now ready. 27.
Hands off gun, downrange command has been given. Alright, hand judges coming to the line. Should be Smoking Gun on 1, Smoky Bear on 2, Deadeye Daisy on 3, Blaster on 4, Copper Snake on 5, Sergeant Mac on 6. My hand judges in the hole are Mendy on 1, Smoke Wagon Kid on 2, Ivy Nobody on 3, Chuck Wagon on 4, JD Derringer on 5. Our shooter standing up there should be Hummingbird on 1, Deadeye Rosie on 2, Gypsy Girl on 3, Mason Dixon on 4, Tombstone Tony on 5, Cherokee Bill on 6.
He's your brother.
Big guys here.
I couldn't understand how to play.
Different dads, same
You're in the hole on lane 2.
I'll take all of you.
Smoky Bear. Smoky Bear should be hand judging on 2.
I said, hey.
Sergeant Mack should be hand judging on 6.
Smoky Bear ran for the hills.
Alright, we got to sit in on 6. We're good to go. Load and make ready command has been given.
You went home already.
Feels good on the practice car. That light comes on, I can get it.
Alright, ready.
Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 479 on 1, nothing on 2, 3, 619 on 4, nothing on 5 and 6. In case you've lost count, this is shot 2 coming up. Scores are 1 to not to 1, not to 0.
Stop it. That's faster than what I did in the championship.
Alright,
I was shooting like 7.
Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. And we got a lonely fighter down here on 6 with a 921.
Alright, here we go, shoot. Line's ready.
Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. And we got another lonely fighter down here on lane 5 with a 755. Scores are 1 to not to 1, 1 to 1.
Here we go, shoot. Line's ready.
Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. And we got nothing on 1 with a 1085 on 2. We got a 774 on 3, edged out by the 625 on 4. We got a 613 on 5, beating the 1017 on 6. Scores are now 1 to 1, not to 2, 2 to 1.
Do that again.
Alright, here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 and 2 with an 860 on 3. Nothing on 4, 737 on 5. That's shot and wound to Tombstone Tony.
Alright, 5 and 6 freezes. Lights for 1, 2, 3, 4. Line's ready.
Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, this is shot 7 coming up. Shot 7 coming up. Scores are 1 to 1, 1 to 2.
This many.
That's that many.
For those of you counting on your favorite back at home. Alright, here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 446 on 1. Nothing on 2, 3, and 4. Scores are 2-1, 1-2. That's shot 8 coming up. You're quick. That IB's a smart man. Good thing he's never had to count to it.
All right, here we go. Sign's ready.
Wagon fighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Then we got nothing on 1, 2, and 3. 591 on 4. That's shot win to Mason Dixon. Alright, we still got ourselves a gunfight down there on 1 and 2.
All right, Blake. Line. Here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 with a 10-70 on 2. Tying that score up 2-2. This is shot 10, so the next blinking light's the winner. Now you're in trouble, Abby. You're all out of fingers.
Plan.
I got your back.
I got a plan. All right, ladies, here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1, beaten by the 10-29 on 2. That is shot and win to Jedi Rosie.
You get my boot back on and get these things off that.
Alright, our hand judges coming to the line. Should be Mindy on 1, Smoke Wagon Kid on 2, Ivy Nobody on 3, Chuck Wagon on 4, and JD Derringer on 5. Again, those are the hand judges coming to the line. I'm going to need a volunteer hand judge on 6. And I'm going to need an announcer and a range master. Man, we sound pretty needy up there. We need everything. Well, one of them's got to go. We won't say that out loud. She's walking for you. So we need a volunteer hand judge on 6 and an announcer.
Alright, my hand judge on 5 is Derringer. Hand judge on 3 is Ivy Nobody. Okay, Chief.
Catskill Gene has a line.
You can load and make ready.
Load and make ready has been given.
Good luck there, youngin'.
It's so easy to
Here we go. The line's ready.
The line is ready. Okay, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1. 619 on 2. 118 on 3. Nothing on 4. Nothing on 5. 689 on 6.
Okay, here we go. Line's ready.
The line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 605 on 2. Nothing on 3. Nothing on 4. 581 on 5. Beats out an 824 on 6. The score is not to 2, 1 to not, and 1 to 1.
Okay, here we go. The line's ready.
Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1, 2, and 3. With an 810 on 4, 579 beats out the 810 on 5, and nothing on 6. Score is not to 2, 1 to not, and 2 to 1.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .414 on 1 beats out nothing on 2, nothing on 3. 854 on 4 beat out by a 609 on 5. I'm sorry. Got it. Got it. Nothing on 6. Shot and went to Copper Snake.
Okay, we're done on 5 and 6. You guys can come off the line if you wish. This is for 1 through 4.
Score is 1 to 2. And 1 to 2 on 3 and 4.
Okay, sir. Line's ready.
Okay, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 and 2 with a 1065 on 3. Beat up by a 864 on 4. Shot and win to Blaster.
Okay, this is for 3's on 3 and 4. 1 and 2. You ready? 1. Line's ready.
Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
Okay.
440 beats out a 654 on 2. The score is 2 to 2. We've got a gunfight.
Okay, here we go. This is for 1 and 2. The line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Swing and a miss. You have shot 8 coming up. The score is 2 to 2.
Okay, here we go. The line's ready.
Okay, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hits.
What number shot is it?
Shot 9.
Okay, guys. Here we go. The line's ready.
Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a winning hit of 624 on 2. Smokey Bear.
Okay, hands up, guns. Downrange. I got it.
I thought you already were half asleep at your feet off.
We need 5 volunteer hand judges. 5 volunteer hand judges. Got Gray Wolf on 1. Thank you. Gray Rainbow.
All night. He won one.
Smokey Bear on 2. Yosemite on 3.
Doesn't count as a buy if I can't win it.
Crack shot on 4. Copper snake on 5.
It's only my third. I'm over 2. So don't celebrate my bye.
We've got a buy round. We got a buy round. We're good, Joe. Thank you.
All right, Logan, make ready.
So we got a buy round on 3, 4, and 5. IB No Baby on 3. Chuck Wagon on 4, and JD Derringer on 5.
Y'all get something down there, okay?
Okay, Cowboys, here we go. Line's ready.
Okay, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 455 on 2. Nothing on 3. Shot and win on 4 for a 689 for the buy round. Chuck Wagon. Nothing on 5.
All right, guys, I'm going to move you down to 5. Jamie already likes to 6.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Just got Chuck Wagon again.
All right, you guys can load. 5 and 6, hang loose there. 1 and 2 for a second.
File didn't work.
See y'all later.
Okay, we've got Mindy on 1. Smoke Wagon Kid on 2. IB Nobody's been moved down to lane 5. And we've got JD Derringer on lane 6. Load to make ready has been given. Load to make ready has been given.
Yeah, they're waiting for you down here. 1 and 2. Are you ready now?
I say.
Here we go. Line's ready.
Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 456 on 2. 444 on 5. And a 465 on 6.
Okay, here we go. Line's ready.
Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 and 2 with a 426 on 5 and edging out the 462 on 6. The score is not to 1, 2 to 1.
Watch it.
Not to 2 and 2 to 1.
Here we go. Line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. $10.51 on 1. Nothing on 2. And a 424 on 5. Nothing on 6. Shot and win to IB Nobody.
I had to try to rattle him. I almost missed it.
All right, we're done on 5 and 6s for 1 and 2. The line's ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Shot and win to Smoke and Gun. Smoke Wagon Kid. Round 6. My next shooters are Catskill Gene on 1, Dead on Daisy on 2, Hummingbird on 3, Sergeant Mac on 4, Liverpool Miss on 5, and Mindy on 6. Again, my shooters are Catskill Gene on 1, Dead on Daisy on 2, Hummingbird on 3, Sergeant Mac on 4, Liverpool Miss on 5, Mindy on 6. And my hand judges, Crazy K on 1, Diamondback on 2, Gypsy Girl on 3, Crazy May on 4, Spitfire Rose on 5, JD Derringer on 6. I'm going to need my hand judges. Lane 1, Crazy K. Lane 2, Diamondback. Lane 3, Gypsy Girl. Lane 4, Crazy May. Lane 5, Spitfire Rose. Lane 6, JD Derringer. Smoking gun has the range. Crazy May. Lane 4, hand judge 4, Crazy May.
Alright, I got a hand judge, got all my shooters, load make ready.
Load and make ready command has been given.
All the shooters.
Okay, gunfighters, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1, 1089 on 2, nothing on 3, nothing on 4, nothing on 5, 539 on 6.
Working a gun.
Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing until lane 4 with an 871. Nothing on 5, nothing on 6.
Working a gun. Alright, hand judges are down. Mind it.
Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 1051 on 2. Nothing on 3 and 4. Got a 2626 on 5. Nothing on 6. We've got not to 2, not to 1, and 1 to 1. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 and 2. We've got a 421 beating out a 704 on 4. Nothing on 5. Nothing on 6. The score is not to 2, 1 to 1, and 1 to 1 on 5 and 6.
All right, question will hit all 3.
Question will hit on 3.
Okay, hand off done. 3 and 4 down range.
Okay, 3's not a hit. We're taking that pig back. So,
Gets more than range shot.
Becky, hold on.
Range is hot, the other maybe needs to.
Okay, let's go over the scores. So, not to 2 on 1 and 2, not to 4, not to 2 on 3 and 4, and 1 to 1 on 5 and 6.
Vendors are now line ready.
Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 1069 on 2. Shot and win 2. Dead on Daisy. Nothing on 3 with a 777 on 4. Shot and win to Hummingbird. Sergeant Mac, excuse me. We've got a 2650 on 5. Beat out by a 562 on 6.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 for 5 and 6. Line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
He didn't go out and gun back, did you?
Hey, she started the cock. Check it. She started the gun. You said she started the cock. It's all good.
Yeah, I could walk.
All right, vendors are now line ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Swing and a miss. Our score is 1 to 2.
Line ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 5 with a shot and win to Mindy on 533. Lane 6. Our next hand judges are Smoking Gun on lane 1, Crack Shot lane 2, Cherokee Bill on lane 3, Gray Wrangler on lane 4, Little Smoky lane 5, and Tombstone Tony on lane 6. We're going to need a range master. Again, my hand judges are Smoking Gun on 1, Crack Shot on 2, Cherokee Bill on 3, Gray Wrangler on 4, Little Smoky on 5, Tombstone Tony on 6. My shooters are Copper Snake on 1, Ivy Nobody on 2, Diamond Lil on 3, Yosemite Law on 4, Blue Hawk on 5, S Lady on 6. Again, my shooters are sorry, disregard, that is not my shooters. I'm going to resign. Alright, I got my shooters. My shooters are Crazy K on 1, Diamondback on 2, Gypsy Girl on 3, Crazy May on 4, Spitfire Rose on 5, and JD Derringer on 6, and I'm going to fire my supervisor. Chuck Wagon has the range.
Chuck, put your glasses on. Range master, put your glasses on.
Alright, that's low. It's been a while. How about that?
Make ready, command has been given.
Hey, you say that, he's still clean. Hey, you say that, he's still clean.
Yo, make ready, gentlemen, ladies.
So big, God, it was right all over my butt.
This is my first rodeo, so thank you for giving me.
Work could have done all one. Alright, we've had worse. Alright, Gunfighters. Here we go. The line's up.
Line is ready. Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with 11:25 on 2. Nothing on, 8:23 on 3. Nothing on 4, 5, and 6.
Alright, Gypsy Girl, I'm getting jealous down here now. Right. Okay, Gunfighters. Alright, go.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .436 on 1. Nothing on 2 through 6. Our score is 1 to 1 and 1 to not and not to not.
Come on, Crazy May. Hit it, girl.
Alright, Gunfighters. The line's ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 10:49 on 2. 8:84 on 3. Nothing on 4. Nothing on 5. 475 on 6. Our score is 1 to 2, 2 to not, and not to 1.
Okay, Gunfighters. Here we go. Line's ready.
Here we go, gunfighters. Our line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 9:35 on 2 for a shot and win to Diamondback. Nothing on 3 with a 10:89 on 4. The score there is 2 to 1. Nothing on 5 with a 462 on 6. The score there is not 2.
1 and 2, 3. This is for 3, 4, 5, and 6. Here we go. The line's ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 8:58 on 3. Shot and win to Gypsy Girl. Nothing on 4. 737 on 5 with a shot and win to JD Derringer with a 470 on 6.
Hands off gun. Hands off gun. Go to 6.
Broke the gun.
Alright, my next group of hand judges. Copper Snake on 1, Ivy Nobody on 2, Diamond Lil on 3, Yosemite Law on 4, Blue Hawk on 5, and S Lady on 6. Again, my hand judges are Copper Snake on 1, Ivy Nobody on 2, Diamond Lil on 3, Yosemite Law on 4, Blue Hawk on 5, S Lady on 6. Our range master is Smoke Wagon Kid.
I got the range. All right. I see our hand judges in line. I see our shooters in line. Shooters, load and make ready. Alrighty, my hand judges are down. My shooters are ready. The line is ready.
Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 796 on 2. Nothing on 3 and 4. We got a 1482 on 5. And a 662 on 6. Our score is not to 1. Not to not, and not to 1.
Alrighty, gunfighters, here we go. Line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing until we get down to lane 6 for 667. Our score is not to 1, not to not, and not to 2.
Alrighty, fast hands, here it comes. Line is ready.
Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 790 on 2. Nothing on 3. 785 on 4. 1768 on 5. The score is not to 2, not to 1, and 1 to 2.
Alrighty, Gunslingers. Let's put them on the plate. Line is ready.
Here we go. Rip them and rip them. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 and 2. We got a 1083 on 3. Nothing on 4, 5, and 6. Our scores are not to 2, 1 to 1, and 1 to 2.
Alrighty, gunfighters. The line is ready.
Here we go, Cowboys. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1, 2, 3, and 4 with a 1650 on 5. Edged out by a 728 on 6. Shot and win to Tombstone Tony.
Alright, lanes 5 and 6 freeze. This next line is from 1 through 4 only. And the line is ready.
Our line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 421 on 1, beating out a 777 on 2. 1161. and nothing on 4.
Don't worry about that.
Our score is 1-2 and 2-1.
You give me 6 more shots, I'll hit it again.
Oh, great.
You treat like beat this.
Alright, gunfighters, here we go. Line is ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 745 on 2 with a shot and win to crack shot. 1193 on 3 and an 850 on 4. Our score on 3 and 4 are 2-2.
Alright, lanes 1 and 2 freeze. This line is for 3 and 4 only. And the line is ready.
Come on, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Winning, nothing on 3 with an 821 winning shot to Ray Wrangler. Our next set of hand judges. Lane 1, Smokey Bear. Lane 2, Chuck Wagon. Lane 3, Deadeye Rosie. Lane 4, Johnny Creekside. Lane 5, S-Man. Lane 6, Wild Bill. Again, Smokey Bear on Lane 1, Chuck Wagon. Lane 2, Deadeye Rosie. Lane 3, Johnny Creekside. Lane 4, S-Man. Lane 5, Wild Bill. Lane 6. I'm going to need an announcer. Who's my range master? Our range master. Okay, Smoke Wagon Kid has the range. The infamous Catskill Gene has the line.
Alrighty. Our hand judges are to the line. Our gunfighters are to the line. Shooters, load and make ready.
Okay, load and make ready. Come in. That's a big given.
Just tell me what I'm missing. Don't miss. Don't miss.
You would be. I've got away from you and I'm moving.
Hands off gun.
Hands off guns.
Target.
We're gonna go down and clean the target here.
I think everybody knows about the pickles except for you. I'll go and try and tell
Alright. Gunfighters, check them if you need to.
Check your guns.
It's a gun.
It's a gun.
Alrighty.
Identifies as a gun too.
Doesn't change.
Our stanchions to the line. Our shooters are to the line. Line is ready.
Okay, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, we got no times on 1 and 2. We got an 11:36 on lane 3. No time on 4. A 10:77 on 5. No time on 6.
Alrighty, gunfighters, here it comes. Line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, got a 6:06 on lane 1 with no answer on 2. No times on 3 and 4. We got a 10:50, but that 7:96 is faster. Those four early scores, 1 to not, 1 to not, 1 to 1.
Alrighty, gunfighters, here we go. Line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No times on 1 and 2. We got 10:52 on 3. No time on 4. 10:53 on 5. No time on 6. 1 to not, 2 to not, 2 to 1.
Alrighty, gunfighters. Line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, we got no times on 1 and 2. 10:78, but that 4:89 is faster than lane 4. We got 9:69, but that 8:79 takes that pick, so they're at such a death on 5 and 6 already. It's 2 to 1 on 3 and 4, 1 to not on 1 and 2.
Alrighty, gunfighters. Line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got no time on 1 with it. 4:36 on 2. We got a 10:50 on 3 with no time on 4, so that is a shot win to Diamond Lil. Good girl on lane 3. We have a 9:62, but that 8:51 is faster. That's a shot win to S Lady. Good shooting, girl.
Alrighty, lanes 3 through 6, freeze. This line is for 1 and 2 only. And the line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Score is 1 to 1. Didn't change.
Alrighty, fast hands. Here it comes. Line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. So this is shot number 6. Shot 6. No, I'm sorry. We're on 8. Keep looking at the wrong one. This is shot 8.
Alrighty, gunfighters. Here it comes. Line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Still in time.
Alrighty, fast hands. Here it comes. Line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All right, let's give these guys a little round of applause. This is going to be number 10 coming up. Come on, guys. Put on there.
You guys want to get closer?
Hi, Brenda.
Is it an option?
Alrighty, gunfighters. Line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 668 on lane 1. No time on 2. So that was a shot win. The Coppers make on lane 1. Because that was 10 shots. Sorry, I see nobody.
Luck again, man.
We should do 22 out like I did.
Alright, hands off guns. 1 and 6 downrange. Roll.
Hands off guns, 1 and 6 downrange to roll the targets. So our shooters are Smokey Bear and Chuck Wagon, Deadeye Rosie and Johnny Creekside, Esme and Wild Bill Hill. Hand judges, Blaster, here on 1. Lone Horse, you're on 2. Mason Dixon, you're a hand judge on 3. Ruger Rose, you are a hand judge on 4. We need a scorekeeper. And Smoke Wagon Kid is a hand judge on 5. And I need a volunteer on 6, please. Blaster, Lone Horse, Mason Dixon, Ruger Rose, Smoke Wagon Kid, volunteer, looks like Menzer took that. Pass. You are on 4. Hand judge.
Alrighty. We got our hand judges to line. We got our shooters to line. Shooters, load and make ready.
Okay, the load and make ready command has been given.
Alrighty, cowboys and cowgirls, our hand judges to the line. Our shooters are to the line. Line is ready.
Okay, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, no times on 1 and 2. We have a 13:47 on 3, which is a good time. No time on 4 with a 5:98 on 5.
Yeah, sandbagging you. You making sure she's not gonna miss. Don't want to take that 4, 5, 6.
Where's it going? Alrighty, gunfighters, here it comes. Line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, we got a 661 on lane 1. That's faster than that 792 on 2. We have a 13:05. The beats out the no time on 4. No time on 5 and 6. Early scores 1 to not, 2 to not, 1 to not. Oh, I'm sorry. 6 has a time. I'm sorry. 5:12 on 6.
Alrighty, fast hands, here it comes. Line is ready.
All right, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All right, we have a 694, but that 677 comes in a little faster. We have a 1047, but that 476 speed stack one on lane 4. No times on 5 and 6. 1 to 1, 2 to 1, 1 to 1.
No, you beat that.
Hey!
3 times.
Alrighty, gunfighters. Line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. I've got no time on 1 with a 696 on 2. We have a 1336 on lane 3 with no time on 4. That means that little girl right there just beat her daddy. That I rose and beat her dad. No times on 5 and 6. 1 to 2, 1 to 1.
Alright, lanes 3 and 4.
She looked over and says,
Step off. This line is for 1, 2, 5, and 6 only. And the line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, we got a 658 on lane 1. So lanes 1 and 2, you're now at sudden death, 2 to 2. Down here on lane 5, we got a overtime on 5 and a 493 on 6. The score there is 1 to 2.
Alrighty, you gunfighters. Line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 11:19 is faster, so that's a shot range. Well, Bill Hill. Still shooting our 1 and 2. We're at side depth.
All right, lanes 5 and 6 freeze. This line is for 1 and 2 only. And the line is ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Oh my goodness, we're going to 7:23 to 7:25. Good shooting, you guys. There goes the Smoky Bear on lane 1.
Let him draw first.
Okay, so we need 5 volunteer hand judges. We have a bye round at 3, 4, and 5.
You don't mind.
I don't know where they went. I think Ruth is disqualified on this.
Well, that's okay. She's only got 3 live rounds to get. She's going to take you out.
Alright, so let's shooting. We have Blaster and Lone Horse are going to have a regular round.
The target's down.
And then we have our bye round. I need volunteer hand judges, please. 1 through 5. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lil. 1 through 5. Volunteer hand judges. Looks like we need a range master because Smoke Wagon Kid is in the bye round. He's shooting at 5, so we need a range master. S-Fan has a range.
Oh, where's that?
This is the last group of the 6th round. Don't 22 out.
He's going to shoot a 950. He's going to hit you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, shooters, we have hand judges. Load and make it ready.
Okay, load and make it ready, I heard. Smile ear to ear.
Hand judges are down. The line's ready.
Okay, Cowboys and Cowgirl, here we go, girls. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, we got no time on 1 with an 11:19 on 2. A 5:64 on 3. No time on 4 with that 4:81 on lane 5. Takes that high round, so lanes 3 and 4 can stay where you are.
That's it, Smoke Wagon. You're grounded later.
All right, take them if you need to. Load and make ready.
When I miss, it's because of the wind.
Hand judges are down. Line's ready.
Okay, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All right, hold on to your hats.
Line's ready.
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Alright, no time on 1 with an 11:41 on lane 2 for their second pick. We got a 6:31 on 3, no time on 4. Not to 2. we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing changed. Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, we're at 8:39. I'm playing one with no time on two. The score there now is 1-2. We got a 6-6-7 with an 8-6-1 on lane 4, so the score there is now 2-9.
We're gonna stand easy. Since I'm up to, I did kind of go a little bit fast.
You gotta go a lot faster than that or jump down.
I'm just saying XFTA,
You
there's
don't
no
know
big
it,
deal.
you don't know it. You can shoot it for it. So if you shot it 6.
Here we go! Line's ready!
Okay, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Alright, we got no times on line 2. We got a 498 on lane 3. Takes over that 885 on 4. That's a shot and win to Mason Dixon. Still 1-2. 1-2.
3 and 4, freeze! This is for 1 and 2 only! Line's ready!
Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Alright, no time on 1 with an 11:36 on 2. That's a shot and win to Lone Horse. That's the end of round 6. Stay tuned.
All right, holsters gun! 1 and 6, downrange, roll them!
we've only got one small.
All right, listen up. Here's your standings. With 35 shooters, Crazy May, 35th. Hummingbird, 34th. Liverpool Miss, 33rd. First shot, congratulations. Little Smoky, 32. Spitfire Rose, 31. Johnny Creekside, 30. Cherokee Bill, 29. Ruger Rose, 28. Gray Wrangler, 27. Sergeant Mac, 26. Crazy Gay, 24. Actually, we both tied for 25th. And then Ivy Nobody, 24th. Catskill Gene, 23rd. Lone Horse, 22nd. Dead on Daisy, 21st. Blue Hawk, 20th. Diamondback, 19th, 5th place ladies. Blaster, 18th. Gypsy Girl, 17th, 4th place ladies. Indy, 16th. Yosemite Law, 15th. Smoking Gun, 14th. Deadeye Rosie, 13th, 3rd place ladies. S Lady, 12th, 2nd place ladies. Crackshot, 11th. S-Man, 10th. Mason Dixon, 9th. The dreaded 8th place, Diamond Widow. 1st place ladies. And then your top seed, your Magnificent 7. You got Chuck Wagon, 7th place. Tombstone Tony, 6th place. Smokey Bear, 5th place. Wild Bill Hill, 4th place. Smoke Wagon Kid, 3rd place. J.D. Derringer, 2nd place. And the only one clean, Copper Snake, 1st place. Alrighty, so that's going to bring up Diamondback and Gypsy Girl. Gypsy Girl has lane choice. We need a range master and a couple volunteers. Looks like Ivy's taking the range. We need 2 volunteers.
Feel like I got anything else.
The 6th place ladies, yes ma'am. 5. You're in. I don't Looks like I got my shooters up there. Gypsy Girl's taking lane 1, puts Diamondback on lane 2. Got 1 hand judge. We need 1 more hand judge. There is 1 hand judge right there.
Load make ready.
Load and make ready's been given.
I resemble Dr. Moore.
Alright, ladies, you ready? Here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with a 10-73 on 2.
Line ready? Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with a 10-47 on 2.
Alright, shooters ready? Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got an 801 on 1 with no answer on 2. Gypsy Girl says she's not going down that easy. Represent down longer than.
Said she'd like to have a little help. Line ready. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Eight 12 on 1, edges up at 991 on 2, ties them up 2-2, sudden death.
Shooters ready. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. $839 on 1, no answer on 2 for shot and win to Gypsy Girl. All right, that's going to move back down here to 3 and 4, where she's going to wait on her opponent. And that's going to bring up Deadeye Rosie. Where Deadeye Rosie has lane choice on 1 or 2. Looks like Deadeye Rosie's taking
Load make ready.
1. Put Gypsy Girl on 2. Load make ready's been given. Hold on. Hands off guns. We forgot to roll the targets.
All head start. Now you may load and make ready.
The girls ready. Yeah, Wednesday.
Alrighty, now we got some clean targets down there for them to shoot at.
Line's ready. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hit.
Shooters ready. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with an 8-10 on 2. Gypsy Girl draws first blood.
Here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with an 8-17 on 2. Brings that score up, not to 2. So Sergeant Mack, Blaster, thank y'all for coming.
All right, shooters ready? Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got an 11 flat on 1, but it's edge out by that 845 on 2 for a shot win to Gypsy Girl. That's going to send Rosie down here to 3 and 4, where she has lane choice against Diamondback. And that's going to bring up our number 2 seed, S-Lady, where S-Lady has lane choice on 1 or 2. S-Lady's taking lane 2. That's going to put Gypsy Girl back over on lane 1. Deadeye Rosie, you have lane choice on 3 and 4.
All right, let's, well, you already have breakfast twice.
All right, looks like Deadeye Rosie's taking lane 4. It's going to put Diamondback on lane 3.
Load and make ready.
Load and make ready's been given. Shooters, here coming commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with a 709 on 2. Nothing on 3 with a 1087 on 4.
Ready? Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. $7.59 on 1, but it's just edge out by that 731 on 2. We got a 989 on 3 with no answer on 4. Change up scores up. Not to 2 and 1 to 1.
Ready? Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 788 on 1, but it's edge over to 682 on 2 for a shot win to S-Lady. We got a 1056 on 3 with no answer on 4. Changes that score up 2 to 1.
All right, 1 and 2 free. Just like the 3 and 4. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 3 with a 955 on 4. Ties them up 2 to 2, sudden death. Rosie says she's not going away that easy.
All right, here we go, ladies. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. $8.99 on 3 with no answer on 4 for a shot win to Diamondback. And I really that put you in 5th place. Congratulations. Thank you for shooting.
Hey, look good. Downrange.
Downrange. So that's going to slide Gypsy Girl over here to 3 and 4, where Diamondback. Nope, Gypsy Girl had his lane choice. And that's going to bring up our number 1 seed, Diamond Lil. Where Diamond Lil has lane choice on 1 or 2.
Yeah, she went down. Yeah, they are. They're very big.
Check it, hand judge.
As soon as I said here, I was like, oh.
Hand judge.
Hand judge.
Looks like we have Diamond on 1 with this lady on 2. Diamondback on 3 with Gypsy Girl on 4. Gypsy Girl says it's because the boards are warped. She transfers gloves now. Her gloves too good for her, not good enough for her. They got a nice new boards up there.
All right, ladies, the line, shooters ready? Yes. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 10-16 on 1, nothing on 2 or 3, with a 7-72 on 4.
Shooters ready? Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 10-64 on 1, the Lancer on 2. 10-12 on 3, nothing on 4. 2-0, 1-1.
I'm still standing. Can you grab?
Working a shooter. Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing, 1, 2, 3. We got a 755 on 4. Oh, Ivy must have done something over there.
Gave her a little Maggie and stuff. I gave her a little Maggie and powder.
White powder. That's why you saw.
All right, shooters ready. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with a 764 on 2. Nothing on 3 with an 823 on 4 for shot win to Gypsy Girl. We may need to drug test that powder.
My shoe.
So Diamondback, you finished up in 4th place. Congratulations, thank you.
3 or 4 frames, it's like the 1 and 2. Ladies, here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 1050 in 1, but it's edged up by this 755 on 2. Ties them up 2-2. Next blinking light.
All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with an 833 on 2 for a shot and win to S-Lady. So that's going to send Diamond Little over here to 3 and 4, where Diamond Little has lane choice. And that's going to put S-Lady over there in the catbird seat, where she's just going to hang out and wait to see who comes back. Looks like Diamond Little's going to take lane 3. Range master, we do need to wet those targets.
Hands off guns, wait.
Diamond Little is on 3, that leaves Gypsy Girl on 4. Look at the teamwork down there on that target.
Plate crossover here.
We have T-Rex arms.
Low take ready, ladies.
Load and make ready's been given.
Hey, back on the concrete. Front of the line.
Thank you.
All right, ladies. Take a deep breath. Roll the shoulders back. Here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 3 with an 804 on 4.
I want to make sure it wasn't underneath your foot.
All right, line ready. Ladies, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 1092 on 3. Nothing on 4. Ties them up 1-1.
All right, ladies, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits.
You ready? Here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits. All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .32 on 3, no answer on 4. Change that up. 2-1.
All right, ladies, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 3 with an 805 on 4. Ties them up 2-2. Sudden death. Sudden victory.
All right, ladies, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 974 on 3, no answer on 4 for Shot Wind to Diamond Lou. That's going to put Gypsy Girl in 3rd place. Congratulations. Thank you.
Hands off us, down range.
Sorry. Which one you want? You want one?
Yeah, that's all right. It's all good.
Oh, yeah, that's the whole side.
It's going
All right, let's
Well, the make ready's been given. Looks like we got down a little on 1 with S Lady on 2. Down below has 1X where S Lady is clean. The way this works, if down below wins, they switch places and do it all over.
All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with a 789 on 2.
All right, here we go, ladies. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. $10.81 on 1. What is it up with it? $8.59 on 2. Not to 2.
All right, ladies, here we go. Line's ready.
Our shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with a 736 on 2 for shot win to S Lady. That's going to put down the little in second place. Congratulations. And then our #1 seed for ladies is S Lady. Congratulations.
Congratulations, gonna play a role. Yeah. Hey, nice work. I know what you're doing. Congratulations. Thank you. You're on a roll lately, girl. Very nice.
All right, that's going to bring up the men. The men, that's going to be Chuck Wagon and Tombstone Tony. Tombstone Tony has lane choice. We need a new range master. Are you in? Oh, never mind. Ivy's keeping the range. We do need 2 hand judges, though. 2 new hand judges.
Can't be the same one?
Yes.
Oh, it can be. I don't care.
Yeah.
You want me to roll the card? Oh, you already did it.
Hard done did it. All right, gentlemen, load make ready.
All right, we got Tombstone Tony on 1 with Chuck Wagon on 2.
Did you not see me shoot today? I might roll with my picture.
Looks like load and McReady has already been given. They're out there doing their practice draws, getting ready.
All right, the shooter's ready. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Oh, we got 2 good hits. We got a 725 on 1 that just edged out that 733 on 2.
Keep it up, because I got to about that 20 thing. All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with a 723 on 2. Ties them up 1-1.
All right, gunslingers, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hit to a no hit. Keeps that score 1-1.
Alright, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on one with a 697 on two. 1-2.
Alright, gunslingers, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 748 on one, but it's edge up with a 7 flat on two for shot and win to Chuck Wagon. That's going to move Tombstone Tony down here to 3 and 4, where he waits to see who comes up next. And that's going to bring up Smokey Bear, where Smokey Bear has lane choice on 1 and 2. Hands off guns, downrange, and roll them. Which lane you want there, Smokey Bear? Smokey Bear is taking lane 2. He's going to move Chuck Wagon over to lane 1.
Who's moving into one?
Flo gave me a call, told me to move.
Tombstone Tony, he's just going to hang out here on 3 and 4 and wait to see who comes over next.
Load and make ready.
Load and make ready has been given. Maybe a sandwich or whatever.
Alright, shooters ready. Here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 762 on 1, no answer on 2. Chuck Wagon is rolling.
Alright, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits.
Take this different. Alright, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Got a hand up.
Yeah, I saw it.
Alright, shooters. Throw them shoulders back. Here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits. 2-9.
Very, very slightly.
Alright, here we go, gunslingers. Line's ready.
shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .709 on 1, no answer on 2 for shot win to Chuck Wagon. That's going to send Smokey Bear over here to 3 and 4 where he has lane choice. And that's going to bring up Wild Bill Hill, where Wild Bill Hill has lane choice on 1 or 2. Looks like he's going to leave Chuck Wagon on 1. He's taking 2. Just going to, Smokey Bear's taking 4, so that's going to put Tombstone Tony on 3. 2 more volunteer hand judges if we could. 2 more volunteer hand judges. Oh, looks like we got them. Thank you for stepping up.
Let him make ready. Shooters ready? Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. You got an 869 on 1, but it's edged up with a 523 on 2. Nothing on 3, nothing on 4.
Alright, gunfighters, here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .821 on 1, nothing on 2. We got a 736 on 3, but it's edged out by that 662 on 4. 1 to 1, not to 1.
Alright, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .790 on 1, but it's edged up with a 532 on 2. Nothing on 3, nothing on 4.
Here we go, shooters. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .978 on 1, but it's edged up with a 540 on 2 for a shot window. Wild Bill Hill. We got nothing on 3 with a 678 on 4. Not 2.
Alright, 1 and 2 free. Lights for 3 and 4. Here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 682 on 3, nothing on 4. 1 to 2. So Tony said it's not going down that easy.
Alright, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .551 on 3, edges out that 639 on 4. Ties them up, sudden death, sudden victory. Next Lincoln Light.
Alright, gunfighters, here we go. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .705 on 3, nothing on 4. For a shot win to Tombstone Tony. Smokey Bear, you finished up in 7th place. Congratulations. And that's going to bring Chuck Wagon over here to see Tombstone Tony, where Tombstone Tony has lane choice. And that's going to bring up Smoke Wagon Kid, where he has lane choice on 1 and 2. He's taking 2. He's going to move Bill over to 1. Tony has lane choice, so he can stay or he can move.
Load and make ready.
Load and make ready's been given. Shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 491 on 1. No answer on 2. Nothing on 3 with a 701.
All right, Gunslingers, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1, 2, or 3. We got a 734 on 4. All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1, 2, or 3, but we got a 708 on 4 for a shot and win to Chuck Wagon. That's gonna put Tombstone Tony in 6th place. Congratulations, sir. Good shooting.
Alright, 3, 4, 3. Place for 1 and 2. Here we go, gentlemen. Line's ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .502 on 1 with no answer on 2. Score is 2-0. Shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 492 on 1, no answer on 2 for a shot win to Wallville Hill. That's going to send Smoke Wagon Kid over there to 3 and 4, where he has lane choice against his dad. And that's going to bring up our number 2 seed, which is JD Derringer, and he has lane choice. He's already moving Bill, so he's going to be on 1. Smoke Wagon Kid's taking 4. He's moving Chuck Wagon over. So we have JD Derringer on 1 with Wallville Hill on 2. Chuck Wagon on 3 with Smoke Wagon Kid on 4.
Load and make ready.
Load and make ready has been given.
Shooters ready. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 12-18 on 3, but it's beat out by that 4-4-7 on 4. Hold on.
Here we go, gentlemen. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. $4.29 on 1, edges out that 4.87 on 2. We got nothing on 3 with a 4.12 on 4. $3.87 is the number.
All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 4.81 on 2. Ties them up 1-1. No hits on 3 and 4.
All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 and 2. We got a 7.24 on 3. Nothing on 4. 1-1, 1-2.
All right, here we go, gunfighters. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 7.05 on 3, but it's edge out at 4.79. Good shot on 4. Shot and win to Smoke Wagon Kid. Chuck Wagon, you finished up in 5th place. Congratulations. Welcome back. Woo!
All right, 3 and 4 free. Flights for 1 and 2. Here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. $4.26 on 1 with no answer on 2. Changes that up 2-1.
Gentlemen, line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 with a 4.83 on 2 to tie them up. That sudden victory. Next blinking light down there on 1 and 2.
Come on, JD. Come on.
All right, gunfighters, take a deep breath, roll them shoulders back. Here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Two good hits. We got a 4.31 on 1. Edges out that 4.97 on 2 for a shot win to J.D. Derringer. That's going to send Wild Bill down there on 3 and 4
Everybody goes,
where Smoke Wagon Kid has lane choice. And that's going to bring up Copper Snake. Copper Snake has lane choice on 1 or 2. Copper Snake is taking lane 1, moving JD over to 2. Smoke Wagon, you keeping your lane? Smoke Wagon's going to stay on 4, which is going to put Wild Bill on 3.
This car looks bigger than that.
Like a rock. Sounded like it.
Yeah, but your light's broken.
2 volunteer hand judges. 2 volunteer hand judges. Alrighty, number 1 is up there on the line somewhere. Number 1 is up there on the line.
Load and make ready.
Load and make ready has been given.
All right, gentlemen, shooters ready. Lines ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with a 467 on 2. No hits on 3 or 4.
All right, gentlemen, here we go. Lines ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 515 on 3. Nothing on 4.
All right, shooters. Here we go. Lines ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 518 on 3, but it's edged up by that 428 on 4. Ties them up on 1-1 on 3 and 4.
All right, shooters, take a deep breath. Here we go. Lines ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with a 458 on 2. No hit on 3, no hit on 4. Not to 2, 1-1.
All right, shooters, here we go. Lines ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 with a 453 on 2 for shot win to JD Derringer. We got a 522 on 3, but it's edged up with a 445 on 4. Changes that score up 1-2.
No, that's okay.
All right, 1 and 2 freeze. It's like for 3 and 4. Here we go, gentlemen. Lines ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. $5.15 on 3, no answer on 4, ties them up 2-2, sudden death. We got a gunfight right here. Next blink of light.
All right, gunfighters, here we go. Lines ready.
Alright, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 3 with a 427 on 4 for shot win to the Smoke Wagon Kid. Well, Will, you finished up in 4th place. Congratulations, good shooting.
Hands all good.
Hands out guns, downrange. So that's going to slide Copper Snake over here to 3 and 4 where he has lane choice. And JD's just going to hang out in the capper seat over there. Wait to see who comes back. Looks like Copper Snake is taking lane 4. He's going to push Smoke Wagon Kid over to lane 3. They're going to shoot it out to see who goes back over there to shoot with JD Derringer.
gentlemen. Load make ready.
Load of McReady has been given.
I need one. Then I'll make you to sleep. Shooters ready? Here we go, gentlemen. Nine's ready.
All right, shooters, check every commands. Shooters, on the line. Shooters, set. Millions.
All right, gentlemen, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, check every commands. Shooters, on the line. Shooters, set. 4-14 and 3, no answer in 4.
All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, check every commands. Shooters, on the line. Shooters, set. Oh, we got an 876 on 3. Beats the no-hit. Not chasing that speed for sure. Did you walk down and hit that one?
Through it. But I looked at that mountain reason move before it was again at it. All right, shooters, are you ready? Line's ready.
Take a deep breath, shooters. Here go your bands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits.
Didn't say how it's going to get there. It just said we got to strike the point. But now it's time to throw it through the flat. All right, keep our going shoulder back, shake her off. Here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, check every commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits.
All right, here we go, gentlemen. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, check every commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 453 hand up against a 640 on 4. It's questionable. What do we got?
Hold in on 3. Good in.
Alrighty, so it looks like it's a pole hit on 4, or 3, and it's a good hit on 4, so that's going to change that score up 2-1.
Come on, kid, get a
All
three in there.
right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .443 on 3. No answer on 4 for shot wins at the Smoke Wagon Kid.
Hands off guns to downrange.
So that's going to send Smoke Wagon over there to JD Derringer, where JD Derringer has lane choice. I guess JD's taking lane 3. It's going to put Smoke Wagon on 4. And Copper Sneak, you finish up in 3rd place. Congratulations, good shoot today.
gentlemen, are you ready? Mine's ready. Everything goes away. You can go away. Everything blows away, and now we've got the fast 5 up, so if I say lazy, don't let it repeat. Lazy on more. All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits.
All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Four 45 on 3, no answer on 4.
All right, shooters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 447 on 3, but it says you up with that 413 on 4. Ties them up 1-1.
All right, gunfighters, here we go. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 450 on 3, but it says up with a 430 on 4. One to 2.
Time you do such beat here fast like that. All right, here we go, gunfighters. Line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .446 on 3, no answer on 4. Ties them up 2-2. Set.
Here we go. Shooters, line's ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. .453 on 3. No answer on 4 for shot and win to J.D. Derringer. Smoke Kid, you finished up in 2nd place. Congratulations. And that makes J.D. Derringer our number 1 today. 1st place. Congratulations. Great shooting.
Whole range.
Whole range.
Whole range.
Congratulations.